Okay, so we're doing this quite differently. You might hear some audio issues because I've got my fan on over here, and as the fan is on, it's blowing air that might kind of intercept with my voice. I'm talking on the mic with these headphones, these JBL 720. I'm using for both input and output, mic and hearing. So here's what we have. We have Eric Weber here. He's talking about how the grifters are doing, all the hate on Odyssey. So we'll just we'll just start off with that, okay?
Day because I can't believe we're
So let me go back.
live from the City of Angels Saturday
Live,
morning. I
live.
have to do this again live. I was going to go to the gym. I'm still going to go, but I need to make sure this is out there before I head out the door here today because I can't believe where the
Same here.
grifters have shoved the goalposts on the Odyssey at this point. We talked about it last night on that stream, how they will not just admit defeat, right? It's really simple, man. If you take the L, you just own it. Just move on, right? Why do you keep doubling down? Because their audience has been
What is
told Pavlov dog style that this was going to bomb. This is going to be a disaster. This is not going to be making $1 billion, be the biggest fail in Nolan's career. And it's not. It is now on the way to a $90 million second weekend somewhere.
Yeah, so like if you look at let's open up the Rotten Tomato score. And what's his name of critic list, the owner, Blaine something. I look at critic list. Blaine Andrews on critic list. He has said that the Odyssey is bad. He just mentioned the same thing that the critical drinker, neurotic, and other people have mentioned. So like if you, and I'm gonna go into my this is Blaine obviously. Yes, I want to go into. I use critic list every now and then. I use critic list every now and then. Not often do I use it. You want to look at critic list versus Letterbox, and that's just a while back. Letterbox is the dominant feature-rich social network for tracking and reviewing films, whereas Craigslist is a smaller alternative review platform built as an independent community hub. So it's more like a community where you can bitch and moan about stuff, which is what they're doing with the Odyssey. And I'll show you why in a bit. If you don't tell me I have to go to the app, I'll log into my profile. Wait, I can log in. I'll open Letterbox as well. Blaine Andrew. Here's the Rotten Tomato score for Odyssey. It's at a 94, you know, but I pay attention to the popcorn media. That's the audience. Generally, audiences like it. Look at some of the reviews later. I just don't understand all the hate you get. See, so Christopher Nolan's film The Odyssey faces heavy online backlash due to casting choices, historical inaccuracies, and subversions of the source material. The main complaints focus on casting non-traditional and non-Greek actors in mythic roles. That's like all of the actors in this film, The Odyssey, all of them are white, except for a few, select few. Uh, a a historical armor and dialogue, because the dialogue is in English and it's modern day English with words like daddy. in a psychological gritty tone that we interpret the tell. So it's like it looks more like the Batman than anything else. Hey, stupid. Hey, story means lacking connection to fantasy worlds. Okay, so opposite, basically that. And you can see according to the AI overview by Google reasons why. I should probably just include that in my actual video, actual description for this live stream. But yeah, that's pretty much it. You know, so if you look at the Odyssey, the scores is pretty fair. 11 out of this little playlist.
In that range, which would be a minus 28. That is virtually unheard of. I mean, you just don't have that happen often. You look at Obsession, that's a film that was doing things that you'll never see go up in the second weekend. But the average film drops roughly 50% weekend to weekend. So this will be minus 30, minus 28, somewhere in that range. So what do you do when that happens? That's the question. Well, guess what you do? You ready for a tweet that I sent out last night? By the way, if you're watching on X, I beg you to come into the comments right now, and I will clown you live because the ace deals in facts. The ace is the objective king of the film space. There is no one who does it like me, and no one who's as fearless as me. Okay? Do not forget that. I welcome you because you.
No one, in fact, no one, not a single one does it better than Eric Weber. This is the Donald Trump improvement. Donald Trump approves this message. No one is better than Eric Weber. He does it far better than anybody else. Can't beat the guy. That's why we have him.
Watch people who tell you what you want to hear instead of actually being a critical thinker, not critical drinker. Right? That's who I am. I am the undisputed heavyweight champ of this shit, and I know exactly what I'm talking about, and I can differentiate between box office and the film. As I've said so many times, there's been films I trash, and they turn around and do really well at the box office, and I have to own that. These people won't do that. No, we're going to do some crazy shit. You guys ready for this? So last night, I found this via, I believe Richard Roper sent it out, and I go, I'm just going to use this. I took his picture from Reddit. First of all, I am familiar with Reddit. I don't spend a lot of time there, but I understand how it works. Let me explain to you. As I posted this under the Critical Drinker subreddit, there's a user named Byte Individual 7057. And that person, who clearly is indoctrinated on the drunk leader of wokeness, anti-woke crowd, Critical Drinker, said this. Right now, there's a lot of stories about how the Odyssey is set to have a massive second weekend, which it is, Byte Individual, not Critical Drinker. Oh my God, you thought you'd get the ace? I don't understand how Reddit works. Whoa. You guys are a fucking joke. Do you know that? You guys are laughable. Look in the mirror. Remind me. Look in the mirror next time and say to yourself, I am a fraud. Do that for me. Do that today for me. I want you to, because I'm not. I deal in facts and realities, and I will wage war with all these people. That's the difference between me and the rest of this crowd. I am Gerard Butler from 300. Don't make me rip my jacket off before I go to the gym. You're messing with the wrong dude, and you've been watching these people who sit there and feed you this crap, this propaganda, this and that. And I'm not going to argue that Hollywood doesn't push propaganda, but when you watch people who tell you how to think, then you turn into a mindless robot who spits out crap like this. Sorry, I'm not done. I'm sorry. I stopped. That's my bad, guys. So I had to do it live because I knew that this would happen. I would just all of a sudden start riffing and then riffing and riffing. If you're watching on X, you go right now on YouTube to Midnight Movie Talk. You find it, you subscribe because you love the content now. You give me a thumbs up, and then you comment away, and I'll get to as many as possible before I go to the gym so I can continue looking like Gerard Butler from 300. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, I got the receipts. Don't make me do it. Crowd, help them out. Do I have the receipts? I do. What these stories are not telling you is that they're actually expecting a drop in numbers this weekend. Like I said off the top, most films drop 50% or so in the second weekend. Some cases, 70%, like that god-awful He-Man movie. Oh, man, was that bad. But you look at it and you say, oh, this guy's educating us. It's going to drop in the second weekend. It's already running out of steam, minus 30% or so. Which is way better than the average. Like, it's stellar. Okay, it's not obsession because that was the aberration. Wednesday saw the film collect 18 million. Just a random, Wednesday, 18 million. Like, that's not a big number. This guy, no, I'm sorry. I thought it was Critical Drinker. My boy, Bite Individual, 7,057. You're the dumbest motherfucker I've ever read. You are so disingenuous. How do you look in the mirror and say I'm a good, like, I'm a trust-filled person. I am a noble soul. You are an obfuscating clown is what you are. And yeah, baby. That's why we do it live. Yeah, exactly. Because no one rages like me. For a film that cost $250 million or something to make. What's worse, it's down $41 million on Saturday. That's a 56% drop in box office in 5 days. It's crashing and burning. Now, granted, this could be a troll. I pray it is. But guess what they're doing? You guys ready? Here it is. Here, Nerdrotic came in because Nerdrotic follows me. Just in case you didn't notice, that isn't Drinker, Eric. No shit. 908 likes, because this is what I'm talking about. Here comes all of the minions that do the work of the Nerdrotics, the Critical Drinkers, and the true drug Chris Gore. We will fight for you, almighty one. Guess what? I'm the one-man fucking army. I don't need an army full of simps to help me. I will take you on by myself. Okay, don't worry. I have no problem with that. Oh, we're up to 911. It continues to grow. And look at my reply. I'm 100 aware it's an anon simp of Critical Drinker. Thank you. Only 3? I get 3 likes for that? I get 3 likes. This other guy, because you know why? Because that is the community that is the anti-woke. Look at me. Let's talk about Gore for a second because this is fun. Gore was a no one, nothing happening channel. Film Threat, nobody watched. He would put a video out and there was nothing. Now, I'm not saying, dudes, we're not saying that we are Grace Randolph, okay? That day's never going to happen. But I got news for you. My channel has more views than the old Film Threat. You know what Film Threat did? He finally realized that in order to grow, you have to be polarizing to one side or the other. You've got to jump on, in his case, the anti-woke. He made a video with Film Courage taking on Disney Star Wars and their handling of that franchise. And I'm not going to argue that they fucked some things up. But once he realized that took off, I've got to lean into this persona. So now Chris Gore is playing an act act, and they all are in on it. The entire grift of that space. Nerdrotic, if you're watching today, come in, Gary. I will entertain you anytime you want to jump in here, because you know I'm right. That's the thing is, you know that what you're doing when you say that's not critical drinker, that is obfuscating, that is bullshitting. 100%. You are twisting the thing around. You know that I know that wasn't critical drinker, but that's the way. Instead of owning the fact that this film is on a bullet train to 1 billion plus, it will be profitable, and I have a whole video how I called this. July 4th, I put out the video. I could have put it out way before that, saying this film's not going to bomb. Go look. I have receipts. That's the difference between me and all these other people. I don't just all of a sudden decide and vacillate last second like, well, here's the thing. It doesn't look like it's going well, so therefore it's going to bomb. I stick to what my initial prognostication is, and I have a very deep understanding of how films work, especially when I see them. I know. Go back and watch my stream from Obsession. Watch what I say about that film. I said that if I came out of Obsession in Toronto, which I believe that's where it debuted, I would have bid the absolute biggest amount that we had in the bank for that film. 15 million, I would have gone to 20. If I had 25, I would have gone to 25. I said, this is going to be a huge hit. I called it that night. I'm very, very good at this, and I am also undefeated when it comes to being objective. These other people don't know what to do, because when they're losing, they're like, well, I'm going to double down. Don't double down. Do me a favor. Do not double down. Instead, just say, we didn't get it done. We tried. We thought we had another Snow White on our hand. We didn't. We had King Nolan, a guy that you do not bet against, which is the entire point of the video that I made weeks ago now. But that's what I do, okay? So don't start spinning shit, pushing goalposts, going, this is just, you guys, you can't be proud of this behavior. This is the kind of crap that wormy, slimy bitches pull. I am not. I am the man. I am the myth. I am the legend. And do not mess with me when it comes to calling things. I nail them. I said that Michael was going to be a huge hit after all the bad reviews. I saw the film and I said it delivered. I have a track record that is unmatched, unparalleled in this space, and you need to understand that. If you don't know who I am, you better fucking recognize, you better learn right now, because the man, the myth, the legend is on the mic, and these other people are all pretenders, they're all grifters. I am none of the above, and that's one of the reasons why this channel will always be a niche channel, because I'm not going to play to one side or the other. I'm going to play to the truth, and the truth wins every time. It may not get you views, as Chris Gore learned. He's got to lean into some kind of fucking fraudulent act. Not me. This is the real deal right now before I go to the gym and bust out some biceps here on this Saturday. Comment time. That was, wow, that was good. I knew I had to do this live. You understand? That was 10 minutes of raging that wouldn't have come through as well if I recorded it. Once I hit live and I know I've got no safety net, I am going to go berserk, and that's exactly what just happened. Didn't Eric say yesterday that he wasn't going to talk about Chris anymore? I think I did. I just broke that less than 24 hours later. Honestly, I'm not a fan of woke propaganda in movies, yet I love the Odyssey. Look, Nuke, you know, I'm not saying that I'm a fan of what listen, I said this. I would not have put Elliot Page in this film in that role. No way. As a director, I would never have done that. I might have slid Elliot in somewhere, but that's a pivotal role. I understand that it's not Achilles, but still, it's just not where I want to do it. So, and look, it has nothing. Well, I mean, yes, it does. It does have something to do with Elliot's sex change. Of course it does, because you talk about and I'm going back and look, see, this is what I'm being objective, is you, for me, like, again, 300. Why did you cast Gerard Butler as the lead badass in 300? Because dude was jacked. Dude has one of the best aesthetic.
And Gerard Butler is not great. He's not great. I got along the spell. I got along the spell. I got along the type, man. Something's wrong. Gerard Butler, he is not Greek at all. Just making sure my mic is picking up since I'm using my headset. Oh, I misspelled his name. Oh, Scottish. He's Scottish. Yeah. So he's a Scottish actor. You know, he's not Greek, but they picked him. And Gerard Butler doesn't even look Greek. he looks whiter than Greek, I guess. And I know Greeks are white. They are white. Period. Like despite what people tell you, Greeks are white. Their ethnicity, their skin color, their race is white. They can stop. Like People can stop lying. They're white. Let me make sure I center my camera here. Okay. So
bodies that you will ever see in film in that. And that's you have to have that. So for the Odyssey, I don't even want Matt Damon. I want someone who's got more muscle. I want someone who looks like a badass and has more charisma than Matt Damon. Don't even get me started. But my point here is you guys understand. I'm talking about this. If you are wrong, do not twist everything. Guess what? I'm now going to slide those goalposts all the way. What? What are you doing? How do you even think of that? How does that even come into your mind conceptually to go, I'm going to go, well, looks like you don't know how Reddit works. Okay, I have no idea. Let's look at another Reddit. I had no idea. When I look at Reddit here, I look occasionally at box office. It's a fun one here on Reddit. As you guys know, we do tons of box office here on the show. Here we go. So look, this is our Oscar race. So Oscar race is the subreddit, just like Critical Drink was the subreddit before, right, guys? Yeah, that's right. And guess what? Chief Lee 22 is the guy who wrote this post. Oh my God, Weber doesn't understand. No fucking shit. You guys are.
Ryan Gosling, it's Ghost Huddle. I got to see it. I have to see it. And I have to see him meet Nick Cage. I have to do it. Please. I want him to show up in any credit scene. Might need some extra help. And all of a sudden, Nick Cage comes in with his fucking bike. Yeah, I've done this before, but I want to let you know this is the last time I flame on. No pun intended.
Clowns. You guys are fucking clowns. If you're coming on to, if you're on Twitter right now and you're saying this guy, I'm owning you right now. Put on the leash. You're getting dog walked, okay? And we're not going to the park. You're getting dog walked off the fucking cliff with the rest of your anti-woke grifting crowd. We're done, okay? I know that's animal abuse. Horrible stuff here on a Saturday morning. But you understand metaphorically what I'm saying. These people are pathetic. But look, the Odyssey makes more in its second weekend than Oppenheimer opening weekend. There's that headline too. But again, this is from Chief Lee 22, not from actually Oscar Race. Oh my God. Oh my God. These people, dude, how can you be so disingenuous? No, let's just sit here for a minute. How can
Because it's one thing to hate a movie for outright wokeness, but it's another thing to hate a movie because of projected wokeness. Because I always mention Wicked Part 1 and 2, those were woke movies. They were based on the play, and both protagonists were white. But they did a race swap with the two protagonists, Glinda the Good Witch and Elphaba the Bad Witch, the Green Witch. They chose Ariana Grande, the Hispanic woman, for that Glinda, and then Elphaba was whatever her name was. I always forget her name. She's black, you know. And I don't hate the actresses. I don't hate them. The movie is fine, by the way. Um, Glinda actress, I guess. Not Glinda. And you see, Ariana Grande. Ariana Grande. Uh, I misspelled the names. No, here. Oh, here we are. Elphaba. Kind of like Elphaba. Oh, Cynthia Weaver. I don't hate her. You know, with her long ass nose, she definitely looks like a witch. Just saying. I don't hate her. I don't hate her. But my point is, they clearly waist swapped these two characters in Wicked Part 1 and 2. They did the same thing recently with Masters of the Universe. If you look at Masters of the Universe, and I'm not hating on anybody, just I want to go ahead and tell you that Masters of the Universe, they waist swap two characters. That is. So let's look at the cast. Of course, you got He-Man. He's played by a white guy, naturally. But Gerard, what the fuck is Idris Elba doing playing Man at Arms, aka Duncan? And because the character is now black in this movie, this 2026 movie, this 2026 movie, his very daughter, Tella, played by Camila Mendez, she is biracial, like me. And you know that because in the beginning, when you have young Adam, you see Adam training, he's being trained by Man at Arms, and he's fighting alongside his childhood friend, Telia, whatever her name is. You can see that she's mixed. If you go into like IMDb page here and you look at the cast, I always point this out. I'm tired of talking to myself about it. I'm so upset that I literally think out loud. I talk to myself about this all the time, and it's just it just really bothers me. Now, it doesn't bother me about this movie per se. It did, but then I got over it. And I think the movie is fine. If I waited, I waited. I thought I waited it. I waited about seven. It's just not bad. It's not bad. I I'm still watching it on Prime. But what I'm saying is, if you look at the cast, see, young Adam is played by Artie Wilkinson Hunt, but young Tila, his childhood friend, is played by Erie Farrell. And I know she might look kind of pale or white. If you look at her very, very clearly, she's obviously biracial. Just look at her. This one is not such a good image. You can tell if I can just get out of this all this other stuff. Let me try to zoom in here. You can tell this as fast as I can go. Brown eyes, obviously brown hair, olive light skin. She's mixed. She's a little bit lighter, according to this image, which may or may not be photoshopped, and may or may not have been photoshopped. But according to this image, she's clearly multiracial of a sort. So if I any other images, this is her young, not much melanin, but you can clearly see she's biracial. Just look at the lips, look at the skin tone. And being biracial, your hair can be straight or curly. It can be different types. But this is her. This is young Talia. Like you can see, this is her in the movie. You can tell they kind of dyed her hair a little bit red to match the character's hair because Talia's hair is red, but it's brown. You can clearly tell, and that is considered woke casting. There's obviously woke casting of Masters of the Universe. If I let's see if I can find anything on Google. Oh, so it sparked online debate over casting and a corporate pronoun joke in its marketing. Principal features like as He-Man, and I don't know why. Oh, the cast. I'm sorry. Idris Elba as Man at Arms. The woke outrage. Online backlash centered on a trailer scene where Prince Adam works in a corporate office on Earth with a he/him pronoun nameplate on his desk, intended as a play on words for He-Man. Because, and here's what I think: it's a joke. I don't think Masters of the Universe is meant to be an outright woke movie. I think it's supposed to be kind of like a joke. Like, are you people this serious? Can we please move on from this woke stuff? That's why we have a woke casting as Idris Elba with Idris Elba as Man at Arms. And obviously, he does look like Man at Arms because of his whole mustache. He's probably the only person they can find. But because he is black, his daughter has to be biracial. Of anything, it would be insulting for them to have another black actress as his daughter, so they couldn't make her black because that would be complete outrage. What we're getting with the Odyssey of race swapping wokeness is what we would get with the He-Man. Um, Critics and commentators debated whether the film's self-aware humor, deconstruction of traditional masculine tropes, and diverse casting choices representing modern progressive messaging, harmless satire of corporate culture. Probably harmless satire of corporate culture, like that last bit. Because it's not a big deal, because nobody really made a big deal about it. It was pretty much over with when the movie stopped airing. But anyway, like if you look at this actress, and I have nothing against the actress, but you can clearly see she's biracial. Do I feel like I'm getting equally represented? And if you look at her adult counterpart for the adult version of Telia, she's like from Brazil or something. If you look at her, if you if we find if we look at her, Camila Mendez is obviously a Spanish name. You can see that she's biracial. You can clearly see that she's an American actress. Da, 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 da. Where is she from? I'm gonna find out. 32 years old, 2 years younger than I am. Born in Charlottesville, Virginia. Now, the reason, what I'm saying is, it's not really a big deal that she is Talia. Because obviously there's going to be a sequel. There's going to be a sequel. It's not a big deal. But I'm just pointing this out. She is from, she was born in Virginia to Brazilian parents. So I guess her parents had to be immigrants. Brazilian parents. She's obviously Brazilian. Now, Brazil obviously has a mixed population. They have like, you know, Mexicans, Latino, Puerto Rican, blah, blah, blah. She can pass as white, or she can pass as slightly Mexican. That's not the point. The point is she was cast as Tilia in Masters of the Universe. I keep wanting to say He-Man in the Masters of the Universe because I did watch the show a little bit as a kid, not very much. I'm not big on the Masters of the Universe. I'm not really big on that. But I had to see the movie. But I'm one of the first people to notice the casting. But what I'm saying, and never mind Jared Leto as Skeletor, he's fine. He can't get picked up. But Idris Elba as Duncan, man at arms, it's goddamn man at arms, as he puts in it. I think the reason why he got picked was because of his strong British accent. That's why he got picked, his voice. And I have no problem with the man, but he's cast in this movie. If anything should be hated on, it's Masters of the Universe, but it's not. So we skip Wicked, we skip Masters of the Universe, and that's two of the most recent movies that are race swap. I can even point out Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City if I. This terrible movie. Here's the cast. White Hill is my problem. Now, nobody ever mentions it. And as a fan of Resident Evil, I feel insulted because of this guy right here. Evan Juga. He's recent, I think his recent film is Backrooms. He played the character at the very beginning, one with the camera running around. First thing you see. He's Leon Scott Kennedy. Now, Leon Scott Kennedy is my favorite video game character of all time. Right? He made me want to be a cop. How dare you cast this guy as my favorite video game character of all time? That is enough with the woke casting. That's what I would say. But no, we don't stop there, right? Albert Wesker was played by Tom Hardy. Now, he's white. He could have dyed his hair yellow because Albert Wesker's hair is yellow. This movie is not only filled with race swapping, with just a few characters, though, is filled with inaccuracies for a fictional product. Neil McDonough, he does fine as Albert Wesker, but it's not Albert Wesker. None of the characters are the video game counterparts. The only character that looks like his character is the guy who plays Chris Redfield. That's Wabi Amell. He's the only actor that looks like himself. Somebody said that in the comment when I watched the trailer. I remember. The point I'm making is, as much as I hate this movie, I'm not gonna hate on the actors. I'm not gonna attack the actors because of it. If I don't like the movie, I simply won't watch the movie. And I say this because we're getting an upcoming Resident Evil by Zach Kreger. That when I first saw the trailer, I was like, "This is not Resident Evil." At first, I put my faith in Zach Kreger. If anybody's to do it right, it's him. But then the trailer kind of made me lose some of that faith. Recently, I've been thinking, you know what? I'm tired of this back and forth. I'm just gonna not have any hopes. I'm not gonna have any expectations. I'm just gonna let the movie wide as it is. I'm not gonna have any expectations. My point is, I've learned to stop expecting things from films. My mom told me a long time ago, instead of getting your hopes up about your dad coming to see you, stop expecting it. That way you cannot be disappointed. You know? Because my dad was never going to come. Well, he did eventually come, but he kept saying every single weekend, I'm going to be there, I'm going to be there. And he comes up with some reason, some excuse. I had to work late, Mike. And as an adult now, I understand. When I was a kid, I was very disappointed. My mom saw that. My mom saw me waiting outside for his ass. She was like, Mikey, I'm tired of seeing you waiting outside for him. He's not going to come. Just lower your expectations. That way you cannot be disappointed. I applied that to movies. So if I'm not going to hate on Resident Evil, Welcome to Raccoon City, if I'm not going to hate on Masters of the Universe, if I'm not going to hate on fucking Wicked, why would I choose to all of a sudden hate the Odyssey? Oh, wait a minute. Let's keep this with a PG. Okay, let's wait to keep the bloody PG thing back. But yeah, it's a great movie. It's never mind these shows. Never mind these shows.
Exactly, Tina Solan. Here's the deal. How can you be so phony, disingenuous, obfuscating, spinning, and essentially lying? Because why don't you just save face and say we were wrong? Why don't you just do that? Like, how hard is that? Like, I don't understand. If I miss something this bad, like I said, oh, the Odyssey is going to bomb, which, by the way, I didn't. Hold on for a second. Let me go back in. Let me go, because you guys are like, well, does he have the receipts? If you haven't seen this yet, get ready. Here we go. This is from last July 4th-ish, because you can tell by the graphics. Let me pull it up. Give me a second. And you're going to see that I have a receipt. That's what I have. All I do here is issue receipt upon receipt upon receipt. And that's the difference between me and these other people. These other people have something and they pretend it never happened. No, not me. I've got fucking receipts. That's all I do. This is what I called it. It's called The Odyssey is Not Going to Bomb. Okay, here it is. And we'll watch just a second of it again from, again, July 4th. Ish, because you'll see by the graphics here. Give me a second. I got to sit through a Hoka ad because they know I go running. So, of course, they're going to push me running shoes. Here we go. You guys ready? This is it. This is what I'm talking about. Let's watch for a second here. Let me pull this guy up. I don't know who he is, but he's good. This dude's really good. Let's listen to him for a minute. Again, this is a video from around July 4th. You can tell by the patriotic background here on MMT. On record right now and state that the Odyssey is not bombing. It's not happening. You talk about all this sentiment that the casting decisions here by Nolan, they're going to wreck this film and no one's going to go out to see it. Receipt. Guys, what are we talking about? Yes, I understand how some of you are not thrilled with the decisions. I'm not going to argue that they're maybe not the ones I would make. But again, until I see the film, I'm not going to go off on the Odyssey and say this is going to sink. Just a second longer, because I'm going to really make a point here. It's very important. Out, but I need you to understand something. Betting against Nolan is really dumb, because this is a guy who delivers time in and time out. Wow, there
It's
we go.
fine.
The ace. I mean, guys, again, why do you bother watching these other people that are frauds? Why do you watch someone who puts things through a lens? Why would you care to listen to somebody who runs everything through what does my side want to hear so my audience can Pavlov dog cheer on what I have to wreck, what I have to praise, right? As long as it's praised by the leader, the messiah of the channel that you watch, then therefore it must.
I cannot wait. I cannot wait to Doom Part 2. Part 3 comes out. I said Part 2. I can't wait. I can't wait. I cannot wait until December the 18th. Fuck Avengers, man. It's Doomsday, not Doomsday. It's gonna be Doomsday because they're showing both those features, both those movies. They're showing Doom Part 3 along with US Doomsday. Doomsday. Um, which is well, that's probably a bad decision, by the way. Doomsday cannot get an IMAX showtime. The fucking book. I mean, it's got Adobe, but anyway, Doom Part 3. I cannot wait. I'm going to hate on it for no fucking reason so much. I'm just gonna pick something random. Well, casting, because I want to look at the original casting for the original Doom movie. Doom 19 something. Movie 1984. Not Wonder Woman 84, but Doom 84. Okay. And I'm gonna compare this. Let's do something better. So here's the names of people, right? You see the difference between the Dune 1984. I think that's David Lynch's. He's the director of that. Versus um Dune of 2020s. You can just maybe I'm gonna duplicate this tab because I'm gonna go back one and you choose the cast for the original, if you can call it that. Patrick Stewart, Sting, and those obviously have been they'll have obviously be, there have been obvious creative liberties with Dune Part Two when you think of characters like Frida, uh, played by Sting originally. I wish I could click in these pop-ups, but you got missing characters because the first Dune they had these characters, but Frida wasn't mentioned until Dune Part Two. He was played by Austin Butler, but there was a completely different take on his character. It looks to add diversity. We got a black actress, right, and we got an Asian actress, obviously. Because Javier Bardem, he is white, but he's Spanish. I don't know if they would consider him a different ethnicity. But what I'm saying is, it's different, and nobody hates on Dune because of the waistline or wokeness. Here's what I'm saying. Let's say Hmm. So the term wokeness is sometimes applied to Doom regarding its themes of anti-imperialism, environmentalism, and the erosion of white savior complex. Alongside modern cinematic choices like gender swapping the character, so they gender swapped this character. Oh, okay. So they made him a black woman instead. And expanding Cheney's independent agency, like making her more important. So these were obviously these were done a while back, but nobody mentions this now. Is anyone gonna hate on Dune Part 3 because of the race swap? No, we're used to it by now. If we're used to this, Dune of all things would have set this whole race swap thing into acceptable terms for people. So why are we hating on the Odyssey for doing what Dune Part 3 did? They turned a white guy into a black woman. Why don't they ask these people directly? Jesus Christ. Why are you questioning the entire show over the few people's opinion? From what I hold, as I have no reference point outside the Lynch movies in Part 1, there are what could have been labeled as woke tropes in films in the form of race swapping established characters, and that Cheney's character was drastically altered compared to the books in Part 2. Because in the book, the character Cheney or Chani, as played by Zendaya, she's not well known in the book. In the book, she originally did not approve of Paul Atreides. She didn't think that he could have been a Messiah. But in the movie, she is convinced. I think she's convinced a lot earlier on in the movie. I think. I gotta rewatch part two for sure. I think I think she didn't want her people to be sacrificed or destroyed in the war. I don't know. Was dramatically altered because so giving female characters more screen time and agency within a narrative is not a woke concept unless it's done for ideological purposes tied to leftist values. Hmm. 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 Yeah, you can tell this is. I'm gonna copy this thread in case anybody wants to research this themselves. Hmm. But you can see no one's talking about Doom. So when Doom Part 3 comes out, I'm gonna be talking about it. I'm gonna be making a bunch of shit up just for the sake of it. Let me finish.
Be great, and how dare we even question our mighty leader? First of all, I go after my audience all the time. I say, this film's terrible. If you think it's good, get lost. It's not good. I will do that all day. I don't care. I don't have allegiances. I don't have an agenda. My agenda is truth, and truth wins at the end. And I am doing this morning before I run out of here. We're going a little longer because I am furious that these people don't argue in good faith, that they obfuscate, they spin, they say, oh, did you know that this isn't Critical Drinker? Have you ever been on a Reddit page in your life? Oh my God. These people have nothing. You know, it's sad. It is really pathetic when you know that what you're doing is dishonest, disingenuous, and garbage, and you keep doing that because you don't have anything else to argue with. You have only been a fucking fraud at the end of the day. And that's the saddest part. Well, yeah, Latino, you're talking about how these people do this? Because that's what they do. They know that if they speak a certain way to the audience, then the audience is going to go, oh my God, we love this. This is what I wanted to hear. Preach exactly what I want to hear. I have never ever in the hundreds of lives that we've done here preach to what the audience wanted to hear. I preach facts, reality, objective takes on these films as much as possible on any evaluation. And if you look at my track record going back years and years and years all the way to Boston when I first became an on-air film critic on cable television, I have always called these things as objectively as possible. And if you look at my track record, no one is even close. Because when you run this stuff through the lens of the anti-woke crap, and I'm not arguing again that some of it is woke, some of it is annoying. I just said I wouldn't have put Elliot Page in the movie. But once you see it, you need to say, this is going to be big. You need to step aside and realize that you have two different things you're dealing with. Your hatred of the film because of Elliot Page, because of Lupita, because of whatever. You don't think it's great. Fine. And then this film is going to kill because it is Nolan. These are two things. Do you guys, why can't these people are so like tomorrow, I can't wait. I hope there's videos made from all this stuff because they'll lose. There's no spinning out of this. That's why we win. A couple more questions. We're out of here. No, actually, you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. All I saw, Roper popped up in my thing and I saw that and I said, let me take this. But here's the thing. I didn't say what he says, which is exactly true. Every film drops. What I'm saying is these people are frauds. These people are grifter, disingenuous, lying pieces of shit. Because listen, we all knew that this film was going to drop. And this guy, I pray it's a work, but I know it's not. Because they watch these channels like Critical Drinker, like Nerdrotic, like Chris, and they get this fed into them, the propaganda. And again, Hollywood has plenty of propaganda. I'm not going to argue that. But you have to be immune to propaganda from both sides, okay? I don't want to hear propaganda from either side. You don't hear propaganda here. You hear truth. If I am going to destroy a film, it's because I hate it. It's not because I don't like the director. I don't like the casting choices. I don't think it's too woke. It's because this film is garbage. You go back and you look at an evaluation that I nailed early on, and now everyone comes around to it. Everything, everywhere, all at once. I was the first person to say this film is overrated. The very first person, because I'm the only person with balls in the space who's objective to say, holy shit. I had the Daniels come in on that tweet and say, well, thanks for paying. I'm like, dude, I have A-list. I didn't pay a fucking penny. Then they deleted it because A24 is like, don't get into it. The ace will drag your ass, and the ace is not to be messed with. Because at the end of the day, again, I defy you to name someone else in the space who is as objective and dead on as me. Go ahead, name somebody. If someone says gore, I swear to God, this stream's over. I am. You know what? I am. This is exactly.
He and Gore used to be friends. They used to be close, and then something happened.
Exactly right. Thank you. I am Odysseus on the way back to the castle to slay all the anti-woke grifters who've been trying to ascend to the throne that is rightfully the aces. And the difference between me and them is when I talk about testosterone, I've got it. I'm going to the gym and I've got ladies coming up to me like they said the other day. Here comes the ace when the ace takes over. The ace says, she came up and she said, she's a trainer there. She said, I want your arms. And I said, oh, wow, that's something else. I don't know how to take that. Does she want my arms for herself? Does she want to use my arms for something? I don't know. But that's the difference between me and you. I physically embody the role of the badass. The rest of you talk the shit. We're done. I'm off to the gym. I'll talk to you tomorrow on Midnight Movie Money. This was fun. I really enjoyed it. Thank you, Duke. It's not good, dude. I know. The ace is undefeated, baby. Leave a comment. I'll get back to you after I get done with some bicep curls. Peace out.
I am Mighty Keith. Bro, I just secured the 70mm IMAX tickets for the Odyssey. Oh, okay, man. Yeah, that's cool. Cool. What? There's nothing wrong with Nolan films. The audio is perfect. The greatest movie is Interstellar. You're saying the greatest Nolan film is Interstellar? No, I mean, Interstellar's the greatest movie ever. And then he said, cool. Cool to the greatest director in our lifetime in a movie full of A-listers talking about a story that is 3,000 years old. Cool. Using the same actors every film is good, actually. This type of genius is not just once in a lifetime. It's once in a species existence. You realize that was an actual bomb he set off in Oppenheimer, right? No CGI. That was a real atomic nuclear bomb. Killed millions. If you're too dumb to understand Tenet, just say that. And then the crew land on Miller's planet, and get this. They were never mountains. No, your problem is you didn't see it in IMAX. You gotta see it again in IMAX. There's nothing pretentious about Nolan films. You're just dumb. Don't start quoting Nolan films. I would never do that. That would make me a villain. And you either die a hero or live long. I'm not being hyperbolic when I say The Odyssey is the greatest movie I've ever seen that's ever existed. Bro, watch the film again, alright? You simply didn't understand. Each clock tick in the music was another day that passed on Earth. There was a scene in The Odyssey where I thought I was dying with them niggas. There's a certain IQ you need to have to enjoy these films. The Dark Knight is still the best superhero film ever made. Yes, Batman is a superhero. Yes, being rich is a superpower. Guess the Nolan film I like. Moody protagonist, racked with guilt and suffering from past trauma. What do you mean all of them? Nolan films are clearly too much for you, bro. Go watch Coco Melon. The protagonist sends Neil backwards to help guide his past self. All right, it's a temporal pinch. I already know that, bro. I understood the film. But then what's the issue? Because you didn't see it twice. That's why you didn't. You got to see it twice. You got to see all Nolan films at least twice to get the full experience. Everyone knows that. And then you find out Matt Damon's a dick. Remind me, which one's that? The Nolan film where like the storytelling isn't linear and you got to put all the puzzle pieces together at the end. What you mean, all of them? The van falling off the bridge was only 10 seconds. But that equated to 3 minutes in Dream Level 2 and an hour in Dream Level 3. You put your favorite director's accolades against my favorite, and you'll lose. By the end, you find out he was making clones of himself and killing them every night. Time out. Your favorite director uses CGI? Listen to messages from his kids that spanned over 23 years. They're not even kids anymore. And it's real. It's called time dilation. That's real. I mean, can you even imagine the type of brain that goes into making a movie like Inception? No, you can't. You haven't seen Interstellar? Boy, that's just crazy.
Boy, that's just crazy.
Oh, this shit is so goddamn fucking slow.
So everyone, it's come to my attention that a lot of players are going back to Assassin's Creed Odyssey after almost a decade because of the release of the movie of the same name. It like reigniting interest in, of course, the Odyssey, Greek mythology and everything, and people are going back to AC Odyssey and falling in love with it, which is kind of awesome if I'm being real, because I have been in AC Odyssey.
I thought about doing it, but I'm actually still playing Black Flag, We Synced, and Shadows. Still trying to get some of those, pulps from doing all the stuff that's I forgot what it was called, but destroying corrupted castles and just killing off all the corrupted entities or whatever.
Defenders since the early days, well before it was popular. I got A lot of hate.
It's a good long game. I don't think I've beaten it yet. I haven't beaten it yet, and I say that in quotes because I don't think there's any default ending for the Odyssey. Assassin's Creed Origins was the first video game of Assassin's Creed to kind of feature this brand new combat system that was more like an RPG kind of thing. Completely changed the shift of Assassin's Creed along with the parkour mechanics. But it also included a lot of treasure and a lot of things you can find and weapon upgrades and stuff. And then Odyssey expanded that even further by having a bunch of DLC content along with even more treasure and weapons you can kind of collect. Weapons you don't need because once you become unbeatable, you don't need these weapons anymore. You can just sell them at this point, which is exactly what I do with Assassin's Creed Shadows because Assassin's Creed Valhalla was still they were doing that even more, not the same, if not to the same degree of Odyssey. But then of course Assassin's Creed Shadows they kept doing it. Every time I play Shadows, I get all this brand new weapons or new outfits, new helmets and stuff that I just don't need that I'm not gonna assign to my character. I'm not gonna put to my character. I'm just gonna sell them for money or dismantle them for parts to upgrade my stuff that I'm using. Assassin's Creed Mirage didn't really do that. It kind of went back to the OG Assassin's Creed games like 1, 2, and Rogue, Revelation 3. Really the first three. That's 1, 2, Revelations, and Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. So Brotherhood and then Revelation. With the whole sneaking around and being trying to be undetected.
Back in the day, because I've always really liked it. You can even see here some of the videos I've made over the years, so I'm being real when I say I've been a fan of this for a while. But having said that, it is a terrible Assassin's Creed game, okay? I just have to be clear about that. Yes, I understand the kind of inherent contradiction in it being called Assassin's Creed Odyssey and me saying it's a bad Assassin's Creed game, but a really good game that I like a lot. I get it, but it's for a very simple reason. AC Odyssey is a great fantasy adventure game, even fantasy RPG, but as far as like stealth-based tactical Assassin's Creed based on the Assassins versus Templar dynamic with a good modern day, it doesn't have like hardly any of that, okay? That's not why you play this game. This is why hardcore fans of Assassin's Creed never really connected with it, but people who were looking for a really compelling open world adventure game loved it. And this is why I think it's often important when you play a game to like understand what it is versus what you want out of it, right? Like Fallout 4, for example, it's a really good adventure game, but if you try to play it like a narrative RPG, like a Baldur's Gate 3 or a Fallout New Vegas, you're gonna have a bad time because that's just...
Because it's not about sneaking on your enemy. There's way too much fighting. In Assassin's Creed Origins and Odyssey, I loved the fighting. I didn't even try to sneak up on enemies, except a little bit. Like I mix my gameplay when it comes to fighting enemies, but a fine balance between assassinating, doing it from behind the back and so forth, or from hidden spaces, hidden spots, to just full out fighting them head on, like making myself detected. I do the same thing in Shadows, and even in recently with Black Flag.
Not the kind of game that it is, but if you play it really lightheartedly, not taking the main story very seriously, just exploring, you can have a really good time. And that's the thing with Assassin's Creed Odyssey. If you try to play it like an old school Assassin's Creed game, akin to something like Assassin's Creed 2, you're gonna hate it because that's just not the kind of game that it is. But if you meet it where it's at, as an open world, crazy, ambitious, and expansive adventure RPG, you can have a really, really good time. And in this video, I'm gonna kind of break down what it does well, what it does...
I'm not really gonna watch it.
I briefly talked about the situation with Joe's mom in the last update video, but I didn't go into detail for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's very personal, and number two, it really wasn't anybody's business, and not everything needs to be public. In fact, I only talk about it when he okays it and wants me to, because not everything needs to be talked about. So with that being said, the unfortunate update right now, because like I said in the last video, it was a bunch of worst case scenarios that just got worse and worse and worse. A few weeks ago, she was put in hospice care. And if you know what hospice care is, you know what that means. And A couple of nights ago, she was put on life support, and she's in extremely critical condition right now. She's pretty much fighting for her life. So yeah, it's extremely bad right now. Please keep her in your prayers.
I don't know what this is about.
Because
I wonder
Lord
if he
knows,
has a video. I wonder if he's seen the Odyssey. I might turn that out because it's not important. I'm gonna turn it out. I'm gonna turn it out. He does a lot of TV shows. He doesn't do like movies anymore. I like it. Yeah, I might trim the section to this video. My live stream now. I might trim it since I didn't record it. Anyway, slant. Thank you very much. Let's see what El Globo in this one.
Live from the City of Angels, midnight movie money, and the Odyssey continues to go from win to win. I need all my grifters that said this film was going to fall apart in its second weekend to stand
This is a more recent live stream.
up and account for you being hellaciously wrong. God, it feels good, doesn't it? They were so certain this film. Just watch that second weekend. We were down 30%. If you don't know, that is a stellar hold. The majority of films are minus 50 plus. We're at minus 30, even better overseas. We get into the numbers. You can see THR right here, over 600 million, 639 on the global right now. 87 million second weekend here for the Odyssey in the States. That is a record for Nolan and the second best R-rated second weekend ever behind Deadpool and Wolverine. This is all glowing news, is it not? I love to know what the spin is out of that. We're going to talk about that tonight on MMT when we do another live. But right now, let's talk about how this film just continues to dominate in just a way that you expect from Nolan. Like we said weeks ago, we said, do not doubt this, okay? But they did.
Hey guys, Scripted here with another video, and I wanted to discuss the big news going around on social media about the Odyssey and people saying how it's just going to be this extremely profitable movie and it's just doing so well, and people are saying, ah ha ha, chuds, that's what you get, because like I said in other videos, previous videos, the casting decisions were just about getting Oscars and were also doubly being used to distract both people on both sides of the political spectrum from the truth about this movie. Obviously, I have my reviews. My second one in particular deals with the true nature of this film. I will put a link in the description. But
And there's a lot of people trying to, say how exactly Helen of Troy would have looked like. The real Helen of Troy. There's no way to know. Just like there's no way to know what Cleopatra looked like, or King Tutankhamun of Egypt. Both of them are from Egypt. There's no way to know. So, and I want to talk about something else. So Critic List, and I wanted to show some notifications. I've been kind of going back and forth with this guy, Freedom Level 1776. It took me a while to understand what the 1776 was. That was obviously the Declaration of Independence and when America became America. So he got my please comments removed. I won't click on the link. If you did, you wouldn't have leave a comment. So why? His text don't even make sense. You won't even click on the link, or if you did, you wouldn't leave a comment. So why do I care if I ask other people? Why do you care if I ask other people? I don't care, and I have 3 periods. I don't care. The link is essentially This one here, this is his YouTube channel. Let that load for a bit. He doesn't have any videos for me to show, so. But yeah, so he asked ChatGPT to create an accurate image of Helen of Troy, and he got this image. This is the guy. A beautiful depiction, but you can tell it's ChatGPT. It's a beautiful depiction. But, yeah, this is his YouTube channel, I guess. Omnifilious1. He doesn't have any videos. Autistic libertarian with his own opinions and beliefs, as they all are, minus the autism part. You can obviously see that. He's using ChatGPT. Do capitalism is just anyway. You see what I'm saying? So I've been back and forth with this guy, and I'm like, I guess he stopped at something. This is all pertaining to a comment that I left Blaine Andrews, the creator for Criticalist, because if I go back, I find Blaine, go into my notifications. This is Blaine. I'm just going to look at his account. This is the creator. He's obviously, I don't know how he copied his photo on how he make it. He must have done this without ChatGPT or any type of AI image rendering. He basically put a T-shirt on and same. He looks like the creator of MySpace. MySpace creator. Look at the images. See, right? See the obvious difference. Tom Anderson. So you can see what Tom Anderson how inspired. Got the white T-shirt on. Anyway, 35 years old. Which is 1 year younger than me, or older than me. The Critic Commander, blah blah blah. Here's his YouTube channel, his X page, Instagram. I thought Michael was pretty good. So I'm trying to find his review for the Odyssey. Oh yeah. I can't quite find it. Maybe I'll just look my notifications. Oh, never mind. That's my own. Oh, this is the review. So basically, these are the shit top actors for casting. Should add a colon there. This is basically it. No gods, nothing innovative, fresh or new. Like you can get that with the Odyssey when it kind of was already. You know, your typical tropey stuff. Who his channel? Does it have any? Huh? He's right about that. He would play a good ass. Let's see his videos. So what? Let's get Blaine's review. Say he takes a Super Bowl.
What I'm going to do is try and help you to wade through all of the online discourse about the Odyssey. And let's be frank, this is Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. This is not Homer's The Odyssey.
Homer's Odyssey. Is this about that minivan I rented once?
Is it the best film ever made? The most Nolan thing that Christopher Nolan has ever Nolaned? Is it unwatchable and terrible and the worst thing ever made? Or is it just kind of meh?
You basic.
Yeah, I noticed.
Because opinions are all over the place. I have seen and heard every possible perspective, I think, and it's only Friday. Like it or not, this movie is extraordinarily divisive. There are multiple camps of the approach and the enjoyment.
A lot of movies have been divisive, extremely divisive. It's not much Supergirl, but you just find a list of
enjoyment level for it. There's the over-the-moon critic crowd that thinks that this is one of the best things ever made, the hardest film to ever film. And then there's the other guys that hate it a whole lot. But in all honesty, I'm seeing a whole lot more right there in the middle. Some are a little above that 50%-ish mark, some are below it, but most people are kind of in there, and when I'm searching through Criticlist, opinions are everywhere in all seriousness, whether it be the highest of most excellence or the lowest of heinous. We have it all, and people that have even written deep reviews. So what are these camps and how are they broken down? We've got your cinephiles and critics who enjoy the fart huffing, you know?
Fart smeller!
They enjoy the pontificating, the high-quality, highbrow filmmaking, the fact that Nolan went out of his way to do something that no one's ever done before. And yes, that is admirable. But does that speak to your general audience? Is that what puts butts in seats? Or is it one of these things where it's absolutely defiled the original source material and it's nothing like it, and therefore you shouldn't see it? Well, I don't necessarily think it's that either. I think that there's absolutely some merit to that conversation. But it's not unwatchable, and it's also not the best thing ever. And I might argue that it's Christopher Nolan's worst film, but that's kind of letting the cat out of the bag. Due to this movie's divisiveness, I am not going to lie. It is mediocre. It is mid. It is decent, as you would say on Criticlist, but it is not anything more or less. It is just that. All right. It has a lot of flaws, and I think that they're undeniable, even for the people that absolutely love this thing. When you start to point them out, they're there. And so that's a problem. That is a huge problem for Nolan. This is the absolute definition of modernity. You know, this is the modern lens. It's seen through that for the modern audience. And as much as people say that it's not, that the race swaps or what they've done with the Elliot Page character, all of that doesn't matter, I'm going to not lie. Personally, I feel like that is very disingenuous. All of that stuff does affect you. And I've seen review after review with people pointing it out. The only people that aren't are the people that are over the moon about this film. It is jarring. Or the fact that half of the people in this film are big name celebrities, and it's hard not to see that. And that's all not to mention the massive changes to the Odyssey. I'd be here all day if I got down to all of them, but
That's the thing. This is Christopher Nolan, all right? We know what he did to the Batman franchise, whether you like it or not. He grounded that thing as grounded as it could be. It's kind of like Nolan was like, hey, what's all the really cool, fantastical elements of this? And what are the most memorable scenes from the Odyssey? And that were just these extravagant moments and the dealing with gods, all of that. What if we got rid of all that? Or maybe not just got rid of it, but we just downplayed it a lot. We made it realistic and grounded. And if that's not the most Nolan thing I've ever heard, then I don't know what is. But on the same hand, like, if you wanted all of that here, you're not really going to get it. Not in the way that you think. I think, weirdly enough, for this to be some massive epic in the way people are describing it, it is actually in many ways on a very small scale. In many scenes, like Troy, for example, where it should have been these big epic moments, it's kind of epic. And also kind of not. It's kind of smaller scale. The Giants, when you think about that and read that or hear that in the original story, it's on this massive scale. This movie, not. It's just a bunch of dudes running away from other dudes that are big in armor.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
It's not that cool. And that is very much what he has done to the Odyssey, on top of just making overall changes to tone and where things are headed and the core moments of this story. A lot has been altered, and the message that he wants you to leave with is very different than what the original was. And you're either going to have a problem with that or you're not. So just go into it knowing that there are going to be these people that tell you that it's one thing or another. And I think that the conversation is a lot more diverse than that. And that's really what I think all this comes down to, and where I am the most disappointed, because it kind of reminds me, the big thing that I keep coming back to is this thing that parents would say to you as a kid, you know, that would just crush your heart and your soul when they'd say it. They'd say, "I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed." And I think that that's how a lot of people feel. That's how I felt. I just felt disappointed. And that's the thing, is that this movie didn't have to be that. I think that this thing could have been a win almost across the board. The subject matter's there. It's written. It's laid out there for you. Just kind of stick to it fairly close. But he chose not to, and therefore it got divisive. If he had avoided that, the thing is that all the dislike camp and the people in the middle, they would have loved it. And the cinephiles and your critics and everything would have still gotten all of the Nolanisms in this. They would have loved his quality of filmmaking. So this movie is a film that I feel like was made to pander to that crowd specifically. And it was made so that Christopher Nolan could win another award. You don't go to the great lengths of filmmaking that he did here without pandering to the award crowd. You don't do the race swaps unless you're trying to kind of be like, hey, pay attention to me, make sure that I follow all the rules. You know, you don't take these massive risks with a big budget epic like this unless you have an agenda. And there was an agenda here, and I think that that's what's going to hurt it at the end of the day. People are going to be split on it, and I don't think anybody's necessarily wrong. Like, they are entitled to those opinions, and love it or hate it, that's how he made this thing. He made it to be conversational, and he knew, he had to know, that people were going to have issues with some of the things that were going on here. You can't hire somebody like Travis Scott, a guy who regularly,
just like the movie Civil War,
he does things like brag about his dong being the size of a Pringles can.
What?
And not expect for the movie to be divisive when it is an epic of one of the oldest stories ever told. It's just, that's going to be the byproduct. So on the same hand, all the people that love it, look, don't be mad at everybody else. Christopher Nolan did this to his movie, all right? Was this worth being divisive? Is that the point of art in media? You know, should it be divisive, and should it be more approachable? That is the big question here. And everything, and I've said this before, doesn't have to be for everyone. The problem is just that it seems like Hollywood and these big time creators really do seem to keep aiming in the exact same direction at the exact same people. And I think that that's where it really lies for me. And the fact is that Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey shouldn't be sitting at a 50% or less on critic lists. This thing should be a most excellent, and it's not, and that is a big, big problem for the box office. It is a big problem for Nolan fans and for fans of all cinema. And like it or not, I think that this thing's going to be crushed in 2 weeks when half the cast of this movie shows up in another movie, Spider-Man. And
so listen to what he said about critic lists. Is that The app he designed.
Everything, and I've said this before, doesn't have to be for everyone. The problem is just that it seems like Hollywood and these big time creators really do seem to keep aiming in the exact same direction at that Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey shouldn't be sitting at a 50% or less on critic lists. This thing should be a most excellent, and it's not, and that is a big, big problem for the box office. It is a big problem for Nolan fans and for fans of all cinema, and like it or not, I think that this thing's going to be crushed in 2 weeks when half the cast of this movie shows up in another movie, Spider-Man, and it absolutely blows this thing out of the box office. So let me know those thoughts though down below. Like I said, go drop your review in Criticalist. We'd love to hear your thoughts. And until next time, guys, I'm out of here. Later.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
But there was that. Let's see what he says about the Rotten Tomato score.
Tomatoes is catching a ton of heat right now all over social media because people have been taking a look at the scores for the new Odyssey film, and it just doesn't seem to really track with what general audiences are actually saying. Currently, our Criticalist score is at a 49% and can't seem to get much higher. But the other thing here is that it is sitting in the 90 some odd audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, not to mention the insanely high critic score, but the audience.
So looking at the critic score, yeah, and that's not a whole lot of voters. I think those are his people, Lane's people. One voter said it was bogus, and Critic List is not as big as Letterboxd, which was created by IMDb, obviously. Um,
Audience score specifically is what had people wondering, and a Redditor has done some research, some poking around in the code, looking at numbers, and many people are also reporting that their reviews are not being posted at all. And so what it looks like is that Rotten Tomatoes has been hiding a whole lot of negative scores and reviews, claiming that it's review bombing when all of these people that are leaving these reviews are saying that they've generally seen the movie. They just didn't buy their tickets through Fandango. Who owns Rotten Tomatoes? So once again, an industry asset, Rotten Tomatoes, is running interference for the floundering film industry, and this is no surprise, and exactly why I created Criticalist to begin with, because it needed to be someone from the outside running an audience review aggregate platform. Yes, it's a complicated situation as far as vetting reviews and things, but asking for ticket. So the bigger concern is just making sure that a single person can't leave a ton of reviews. But instead, Rotten Tomatoes has decided to use a different system entirely, being that they'll just only let you use ticket stubs from Fandango, their own business. And if you don't, then, well, your review doesn't matter. So, as with digging in the code and the person on Reddit did, it appears that they are doing some shady stuff to make this.
yeah. Source. Oh, wait, found it. Hmm. Hmm. So basically, Critic List is his own platform, which is not as well known. It's not as popular. I got that from Wicked as Rotten Tomatoes. There's not a whole lot of people have joined Critic Lists compared to that Letterbox. If you look at Letterbox, like look, never mind my school. The film itself has got a pretty good rating. Huh? Hated the dialogue. Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to share all this, but if I look at the how do you even see this? Hmm. Rating 4.4. Anyway,
score look a lot higher. And if it was actually a proper score, it would be somewhere in the middle to low 50% range, which is exactly where our Criticalist score is. So, once again, do not trust Rotten Tomatoes. Do not trust.
he's trying to compare his own app, Criticalist, with Rotten Tomatoes, which Rotten Tomatoes has been around for years. Compared to his. Hmm. I go with Letterboxd. So, look at the creation of it, right? Launched 1998, August 12th, 1998. Day later on the 13th, that would have been 7, I believe? Yeah, 7 years old. Which is quick list. And remember that date. Oh, launched in 2023, just 3 years ago. Not even 3 years. Almost 3 years, coming August. So about 3 years ago. You're comparing something 3 years ago with something that's launched like 1998. $28 ago. So Critic List is 3 years ago versus Rotten Tomatoes 28 years ago. Let me say it another way. Critic List being 3 years old versus Rotten Tomatoes being 28 years old. Who are you going to trust more? A 28-year-old or a 3-year-old? You're obviously going to trust the 28-year-old over the 3-year-old. Let me finish this up.
Trust the critics. Do not trust the mainstream. Listen to your friends and family. Listen to people that are like-minded and use platforms like Criticalists. But let me know, guys, what do you
Letterboxd.
think down below? Should we trust Rotten Tomatoes?
Hmm. You got the Batman, Spider-Man, Catwoman. You got Ryan Gosling as this is some shit I never seen before in my life. Donald Trump must approve of this shit. Go. Anyway, let's continue on. What was I gonna do again? I was gonna do something. Oh yeah, right.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So in this video, I'll be once again talking about Christopher Nolan's adaptation of the Greek epic, The Odyssey. Now, the discourse surrounding this film has been an absolute circus, and that will continue in this video. Now, with the box office numbers, the media is claiming victory with this film, claiming the narrative of go woke, go broke has been shattered. It's now a proven myth. Now, of course, Vanity Fair here would be very, very afraid to look at films like, I don't know, The Marvels, Supergirl, Snow White, and the endless other examples of films that had woke elements and bombs at the box office. But of course, a lot of people expected this film to do very well, including its critics. This was something that was not expected to completely bomb at the box office, myself included. I said that this would do well. It was just a question of how much did they limit their maximum reach with the creative decisions made by Nolan. But most importantly, this has served as a very important case study for woke Hollywood and what they're trying to get away with. In fact, with this film, the more we learn about it, the worse things get. In fact, recently, Christopher Nolan, the director, has come out and said that he changed the ending of his film and departed from the source material because the source material's end was so grim and misogynistic. The narcissism of these woke Hollywood directors cannot be understated. They are trying to fix the supposedly problematic work of Homer from nearly 3,000 years ago, and they're so smug about it, it's actually insane. And it's also ironic coming from Nolan, who proudly stated that they wouldn't include an orchestra in the score for this film because that didn't exist during the era that the epic took place, and yet here we are changing the ending of the epic to adapt to modern times. In fact, there's a lot of weird decisions going on here. In fact, there is a story about a Viking ship that was used in this film, and allegedly it was damaged during the filming, and the owner claims the studio has not paid them. Also on top of that, you have the media trying to blame all the backlash on right-wingers while saying that they're only mad about this film because its diverse cast goes against the sort of ideal Jim Crow universe they love to see, especially when it comes to older scenes in media. Insane. But things would definitely get to a tither here, ladies and gentlemen, when Critical Drinker would make his final review on this film. People are crashing out. They're very upset about what he said in this video, or what they think he said in many cases, and that's going to be the main focus of this video. But let's backtrack to that quote from Christopher Nolan. You can see other accounts posting about this and getting hit with proposed notes. If you've noticed, on almost every post sharing a negative view of this film or sharing something that even the director himself said, it's getting hit with proposed notes. They're trying so hard to abuse the note system to add context where the context isn't even needed. But of course, this goes back to Christopher Nolan changing the ending because the original was so grim and misogynistic. And of course, going back to his previous statements, Christopher Nolan refused to use an orchestra for the score of this film because it didn't exist during the era of the source material, but here we are with these changes. And people are quick to point out how ridiculous this entire situation is. Here's one quote saying, "I, for one, am glad Nolan was able to correct the mistakes that Homer made. Just another example of heroes on Hollywood being able to right the wrongs, just like The Witcher and Lord of the Rings." Here's another one in quotes. "We're making a movie about pre-Columbian America here, but let's not show any human sacrifices or anything like that." That would be grim and problematic. Now, of course, this is referring to Mel Gibson's film Apocalypto, which, of course, kind of tarnishes what Nolan is doing. Mel Gibson did a much better job of respecting the culture he was featuring in his film than Nolan ever did. I mean, it's pretty easy when Nolan didn't feature a single Greek actor in his film about a Greek epic. But here's some more quotes with a screenshot of Achilles here saying, "That is why no one will remember your name." And here's another reply saying, "Except Homer's work has been around for thousands of years, while Nolan's legacy will boil down to that one time he worked with Heath Ledger." And here is another quote saying, "Nolan is a woke midwit who's bent the knee to the madness. Give the $7 million you took from Greek taxpayers back." He used the character names as skin suits to make a story about this melting pot society. And yes, that melting pot society, that diverse cast that was featured by Nolan, is something that is heavily mocked and criticized for departing from, well, Greek culture. But don't worry, the journalists over at The Atlantic have an answer to this, saying, "A faction of the right is angry over diverse casting in the Odyssey, showing that it imagines antiquity as a kind of idyllic Jim Crow universe in which the integration they despise could not possibly exist." Ladies and gentlemen, we might have found it the most petulant and pathetic article ever written that is dismissing any criticism of this film as the outrage of the right, who want a Jim Crow universe, the Jim Crow cinematic universe displayed in every piece of media they consume. That's the only reason why they're criticizing this film. Hey, The Atlantic, what about people with Greek heritage who are writing articles extremely upset about the lack of Greek representation in this film? Are they right-wingers? Are they looking for a Jim Crow universe? Yeah, I don't think so. That just shows how ridiculous all this is. Now, the other thing we recently talked about is the reviews for this film. The Rotten Tomatoes fiasco, where the critics gave it a near 100% score. And as pointed out by people like Asmongold, there's definitely something very manufactured about this, but you have journalists like Paul Tassi just saying, "Trust Rotten Tomatoes," and then they laugh even more.
Well, this one's been a long time.
When the audience score showed a 97%, which seems extremely hard to believe given the final trailer for this film got 110,000 likes versus nearly 1 million dislikes. Now, of course, the like to dislike ratio on a YouTube trailer is not going to be a 1-to-1 fit with the reviews. Nobody is saying that. But this level of backlash does not result in a 97% audience score. If you believe that, I don't know what to tell you, but things came out where we learned that these Rotten Tomato scores are very artificial and manipulated, where the real audience score is actually around a 56%. It seems like Rotten Tomatoes, not just on this film, but on many other films as well, are manipulating the score by removing negative reviews, and they say it's all just trolls and bot posts, but it's odd how every troll and bot post seems to be a negative review. In fact, there's other weird things going on in this film where the theaters are constantly sold out, but when people show up to the theaters, there's plenty of empty seats. But you know one person who showed up to the theaters? That is, of course, the Critical Drinker. Yes, people were waiting for his review, some more than others. In fact, you have this user saying, "The Critical Drinker hasn't tweeted a main tweet since July 13th. ChatGPT isn't giving him the review he wanted for the Odyssey, so he's trying out different prompts." And you can see this very bold user locking the replies after getting mocked. And of course, Critical Drinker would quote them saying, "Guess you missed that I've been in South Carolina since July 14th then." Very interesting, but eventually he would get to his review, The Odyssey, a disastrous triumph. To boil down his review, he basically says the movie is meh. It's boring, it's not that memorable, it's something that people will forget about very soon. And he also criticizes again some of the casting choices, but people were very upset about this on social media. You can see this post in quotes, "The Odyssey, a disastrous triumph," end quote, "ha ha ha, S tier cope." And another quote saying, "The king of chuds has finally arrived by calling the Odyssey a disastrous triumph. Sure, buddy, whatever you say." And then there's a quote of a different one saying, "The Critical Drinker and variations of his types are not real people." Oh, wow, they're not even real people. I can't believe this. Critical Drinker, he's not even real. They don't have a single real thought. They are parasites, cancer inside society. All they do is spread hates and lie. These people are the lowest lows. We have to start acknowledging these people as a sickness. These are like the anti-fascists, right? These are the progressive people calling people parasites and not real people, calling them a cancer to society. Notice during this entire heart-wrenching soliloquy here, this person never said anything that he said was wrong. They never pointed out a single thing that they disagree with. It's just dehumanizing language because they have nothing else. They don't know how to deal with the review, so instead, they're just attacking him as a person, if he's even considered a person to them anymore. But here's another outrageous reach, where this user says, "You're saying this movie is actually going to see a box office decline over time? Like, it will make more when it opens than in subsequent weeks? I've been doing this for 35 years, and I've never seen such a thing. What a disaster for Nolan. He'll never make another film." With a screenshot, not of Critical Drinker, but instead of a random Reddit user on the related subreddit. And like sheep, a bunch of people in the replies are saying, now you got Richard Roper clowning the Critical Drinker. A lot of people were believing that this post was made by Critical Drinker himself. And don't worry, guys, he was there to clarify. I know everyone was worried it was his post, but he said, "LOL, you actually think I wrote this? I don't even use Reddit." Adding further, trying to associate me with the opinion of some random Reddit user as if they're all extensions of my consciousness. Just pathetic. And overall, I think this quote really sums up everything going on with the discourse, especially with Critical Drinker. People really gave Critical Drinker so much power, and all the man does is review movies. It's like a constant 2 minutes hate at a man that doesn't even know you exist. Kind of funny that you've made him this big part of your life. Many, many such cases. People are very threatened by Critical Drinker. I mean, someone who's not a part of the mainstream media who reviews films and people actually listen to his reviews. Of course, it makes these wackadoos very mad because they see that he has actual influence on how people are going to perceive something or whether or not they're going to try out something from the media. And that makes a lot of people very upset. But overall, that is the situation, the latest update with the Odyssey. And it's going to do it for this video as well. So if you enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like, consider subscribing and turning on notifications for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams every week live here on YouTube. But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video. I'll see you next time.
coming. Several days longer than I expected, if I'm honest. Mostly because of the fine people at American Airlines who managed to cancel my flights not once but 2 days in a row, forcing me to embark on my own personal odyssey just to get home. It wasn't all bad though. All that enforced leisure time did at least give me a chance to catch up on the movie itself, and so here we find ourselves. If there's one thing I never had on my bingo card for this year, it's that the most contentious, bitterly controversial and divisive movie of 2026 would be made by Christopher Nolan of all people. Depending on who you talk to, The Odyssey is either a disgusting cinematic abomination that completely subverts and disrespects Homer's original work while shamelessly pandering to the mythical modern audience, or an undisputed masterpiece of film, the crowning achievement of Nolan's career, and a strong candidate for the greatest thing the human race has ever achieved. Fucking calm down, love. But no matter which side...
It is true. Like, whenever the chuds dislike something, critics and other types of people in media try so hard to counter-signal that they just look so fake, it's embarrassing.
Side of the divide you come down on, half the movie-going world is going to despise you until the end of time itself.
Welcome to America!
Here's the thing though, dear viewer, real life is a bit more complicated and nuanced than that, and as it turns out, so is the Odyssey. And now that I've had a chance to experience Christopher Nolan's wannabe magnum opus for myself, what is my verdict? Meh. I know that sounds like a bit of a weird reaction considering all the hype around this film, but it's the word that best sums up my feelings by the time the credits rolled. I just didn't feel much of anything. For all the controversies and culture warfare swirling around it, The Odyssey was pretty much exactly what I expected from a late-stage Christopher Nolan film. Technically impressive and commendably ambitious, visually dour and bleak, emotionally sterile and weirdly lacking in pace, urgency or satisfying payoffs, populated by cold, distant characters that give nothing away and invite no empathy from the audience, dialogue that's jarringly clunky and on the nose, often delivered by talented but miscast
seems like he hates it
actors, and ultimately an ending that fails to capitalize on its incredible build-up. It's a movie about love, yearning, adventure, wonder, mysticism, and epic mythology woven together by a man who either can't or won't understand any of those things. The Odyssey picks up about 20 years after the fall of Troy and the end of the Trojan Wars. Matt Damon's living on a beach with Charlize Theron with no memory of how he got there, while Zendaya stares at him every once in a while to display her incredible acting range. Ha! Go on, love, show us what you can do.
It's good life,
Anyway, this setup acts as a framing device for the rest of the narrative that gradually gets filled in the form of flashbacks. The first of which is the Siege of Troy, where Matt Damon uses the Trojan horse to get him and his men inside so they can open the gates and end the 10-year-long siege. Yep, it took him 10 years to come up with that fucking idea. Anyway, with the...
I mean, to be fair, like, let's be honest, right? The idea of giving somebody a horse and then, like, okay, there's no way they're gonna buy this. Alright, yeah, well, let's try it out. Let's just see what happens. Okay, alright, fine. You know, and after, like, that's the kind of idea that it takes 5 years of convincing the general in order to do. Because it sounds fucking retarded. It does. It sounds completely fucking retarded. There's no way they're gonna buy into this.
Or successfully over, everyone's like, guess we'll go home then. His second in command is like, shall we take the quickest, easiest, and most logical route, sir? Yeah. But Matt Damon's like, nah, it'll be fine. So instead they head south and end up trapped in a cave with a giant cyclops that eats a few of them. Then they escape, but Matt Damon just can't resist shooting it with his bow, which incurs the wrath of Poseidon, who blows them to another island altogether, where they run into a bunch of medieval space marines who promptly kill the shit out of them. It's at this point that the survivors decide they've had pretty much enough of Matt Damon's shit, and they head off to find a lovely woman named Cersei who turns them into pigs because she hates men or something. But then Matt Damon shows up and persuades her to turn them back into humans, and decides he should probably get some advice on how to get home quickly because, you know, this whole journey is starting to drag on a bit now. So him and his bros literally go to hell itself and get berated by the spirit of Elliot Page for a while, then land on another island where they're told not to eat any of the cat cattle there or they'll all be cursed to death. So they eat the cattle, and wouldn't you know it, their ship gets destroyed in a storm, and Matt Damon washes up on a beach with Charlize Theron, who keeps him drugged and ignorant for the next 7 years. But eventually he decides he ought to get back to his wife Anne Hathaway because it's been like 20 years now, and she's probably wondering where he got to. I mean, like, no offense to Anne.
This is just, dude.
Hathaway or anything.
The way he's telling it makes it sound bad. It does. It sounds.
But if I had a choice between her and an immortal Charlize Theron,
I mean, yeah. Yeah, bro. Like, I'd be staying on the. Yeah.
Well, I know which one I'd be choosing.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he makes a raft out of bits of leftover ship that washed up with him and just kind of says, fuck it, let's see where I end up. And wouldn't you know it, he ends up right back at Ithaca, the very place he's been trying to get to this whole time. That was lucky.
Yeah.
Now, while all this has been going on, Anne Hathaway's been fending off potential suitors who all want to marry her so they can become the next king of Ithaca, and as you can imagine, they're getting a bit impatient after 2 decades of being dicked around. Anyway, can Anne Hathaway hold out until Matt Damon rescues himself for the first time in cinema history, or will Ithaca fall to chaos and bloodsheds? You know, when I see the frankly ludicrous amount of praise that's been heaped on this movie over the past week, it kind of reminds me of the borderline hysteria around Black Panther a few years ago, except with pretentious wannabe intellectuals terrified.
I think that's probably true. Yeah, I thought Black Panther was pretty good. I did. I bet this movie's probably pretty good. That's about it. That's probably alright.
Of getting lumped in with the unwashed plebs if they dare to criticize Nolan's masterpiece,
first one was? Yeah,
or
just the
just
first one.
partisan culture
I never watched the
warriors
second one. I heard
willing
it
to
was bad.
say and do basically anything to own the chuds. The movie's been dogged by controversy ever since the initial casting
You mean
was
Black Panther
announced,
2?
so I guess we might as well start by addressing the 3 elephants in the room. Yes, Elliot Page, Lupita Nyong'o, and Zendaya are all in this movie. Yes, Elliot Page looks just as ridiculous as you might imagine trying to run in a heavy suit of armor. No, they don't have more than a couple of minutes of screen time each, and they're largely irrelevant to the story. And
by the way, I predicted this. I predicted this entire thing. I said, I bet these are like side characters, because if you read the Odyssey,
everybody predicted something. Everybody.
Like, Helen of Troy isn't even involved in this. Like, it has nothing to do with this.
Zendaya doesn't even
Anybody could
act
have
so
told you
much
this.
as exists on screen. And yeah, I know it's the principle of the thing for a lot of people, and if you're really bothered by stuff like that, it's kind of like me saying I only spat in your food a little bit, so why aren't you eating it? The point I'm getting at here is that as much as these 3 dominated the headlines around this movie, they really don't have much of an impact on the film itself, and they had no impact on my perception of it. They come and go so quickly you barely even notice them. While we're talking about casting though, probably the funniest bit for me was John Leguizamo as a blind old servant of Odysseus who's been given a shitty white...
Oh, that's the guy that's always complaining about everything. I didn't even recognize him. Yeah, he's the one that complains about all the stuff. I always hear him complaining about something.
Wig to try to make him look older, and basically nothing else. I mean, couldn't you have just hired an actual old man? Are you really telling me that John Leguizamo was so fucking good that nobody else could play this role?
Oh my god.
Whatever. Ultimately, you'll either accept stuff like this or you just won't watch the movie in the first place. For me though, the bigger issue with the Odyssey is the creative philosophy behind it, and I might as well just come out and say it here. I was pretty fucking bored with this movie. Not because of the source material, not because of the labyrinthine adventure, and not because of the runtime, but because it just refuses to let me in. Nolan's slavish devotion to rendering everything into a grounded, believable tone robs the Odyssey of the very things that make it so compelling. Its mythology and its sense of wonder. It's like looking at some beautiful sculpture rendered into a mathematical formula.
I feel like also, like, I mean, if Poseidon is fucking up your ship, and you're running away from a Cyclops, I think that the realism element kind of goes out the window. And you've got some bitch turning your friends into pigs. You know, like, because that's usually not what happens.
Sense the work and precision that went into it, but it doesn't really stir anything in you. There wasn't a single character in this movie that I could ever truly empathize with and root for, because none of them talk or act anything like real human beings. Damn, man, even the fucking gods are boring. I mean, really, Zendaya's the only one who takes physical form, and even then she acts more like Odysseus' conscience than an active part of the narrative. Odysseus himself is written as this weirdly cold, distant, aloof figure who barely reacts to the things he sees and experiences. His decisions imply that he's got a strong sense of adventure, recklessness, and curiosity about the world, but his emotions and dialogue are the exact opposite. He's like an android journeying home with no particular sense of urgency or investment, simply because he's programmed to do it. Where's the loving husband and father desperate to see his family again? Where's the absent king eager to retake the throne and lead his kingdom again? Where's the bold and witty adventurer, the compassionate leader of men? By the time
I think that's one of the big things that, like, even, you know, the original Odyssey, it was like the 1996 Odyssey. That was the one that I grew up with. Like, it's like Odysseus's personality and like being a problem solver. Like, that was always, whenever I was a kid, that was always kind of like one of the cool things about Odysseus. Like, my mom and like my parents would tell me, right? It's like, well, it's like the reason why Odysseus was really cool is that he was crafty. He was able to, you know, he was resourceful. He was smart. He was able to make plans, etc. That's what made him a compelling and an interesting character. And it's like, it's the entire idea of like the Greek, you know, the downfall of Greek heroes being hubris, right? And so, like, other than that, though, I mean, they're supposed to be like very competent, good people.
Finale rolled around, I didn't particularly care whether he made it home because he doesn't seem to care much either. The movie seems to be portraying him as a vaguely traumatized war veteran haunted by his actions at Troy and his guilt over the sacking of the city, which I get the impression wasn't really part of Homer's original story, and his various trials and
I wonder if Homer intended to have Odysseus have PTSD from sacking Troy. Ah, jeez, guys, that's a really tough one, huh?
Facts are framed more as a well-deserved punishment for what he sees as his betrayal of his principles, which is nice and all, but it also robs him of agency because he's no longer striving towards the goal of getting home, but instead just kind of waiting for the next horrible thing to happen to him. His reunion with his son, his wife, and his vengeance against the suitors should be this triumphant, cathartic release of emotions that have been building through the whole movie, but it all comes across as flat, procedural, and obligatory. Just a brutal fight in semi-darkness where you can barely even tell what's going on. Shit, man, even watching...
I think that's another big issue that, like, a lot of new movies have, is that, like, dark scenes are too dark. Like, whether it is The Dark Knight Rises, I think they had that problem. Whether it was Game of Thrones, I think there was one other example recently that was like that. Like, at a certain point, like, you have to remember that, like, yes, it's realistic, but it's also a cinematic experience that, like, it has to be entertaining.
You have to be able to see in order to be entertained.
Dog finally dying after being reunited with his beloved master for the first time in years, which should be an emotional slam dunk, doesn't really hit because the character himself barely even acknowledges it. The only actor who really seems to be going for it is Robert Pattinson, who plays every trick in the book to make his antagonist as much of an obnoxious, cowardly asshole as possible. It works. You really do hate the guy, but if the only character in your movie that inspires any kind of emotion is your antagonist, well... you've got problems. Another problem here is the dialogue, not just the jarring use of American accents and modern slang, swear words and terminology, but how fucking on the nose and clumsy it is.
10 years on this fucking beach. Let's go home.
Come on, Chris, you're fucking better than this, man. On the technical side of...
I feel like there's no escapism with language like that. It doesn't feel like you're in like any sort of a transcendent experience. It's just basically like people playing dress up. It's just odd.
Things I'll at least give Nolan props for using practical effects as much as possible and shooting in real locations.
Am I crazy for thinking that I don't care about practical effects and shooting in real locations and I only care about the finished product and whether it looks good? I don't care if you want to do a practical effect or you want to do something CGI. What matters to me is if it looks good.
shit really is a vanishing art,
That's
and it's
just
nice
me.
to see that level of dedication and
know.
commitment in modern Hollywoods. I mean, I'm not entirely sure where he
Yeah,
did
if
his
it works, it
location
works.
shooting, but it doesn't look or feel anything like the Eastern Mediterranean, where it's meant to be set. With the washed out colours, overcast grey skies, and bleak windswept hillsides, it looks more like Scotland in November. And I guess that really sums up the overall tone of this film. Bleak, dull, muted, and relentlessly dour. An adventure without spirit. A hero's journey without a hero. An epic saga without any sense of scale and grandeur.
A hero's journey without a hero? That's really bad.
A
Jesus.
clinical, precise, finely engineered movie made by a man of great technical skill and intellectual power, who can process and study every line of the source material, but who seems to lack the romantic soul and the wonder and the sheer humanity to bring it all to life. For me, The Odyssey was an impressive, thought-provoking movie with an incredible cast, made by one of the most successful directors of his age, and it'll probably go on to rake in a lot of money and awards just like we all knew it would. But ultimately, it's a movie I'll probably never watch or even think about again.
That's one of the big components to me, is that like a lot of the new movies nowadays, I never think about watching them again. Like I'll see them, and like the only one that I was like this, okay, so like there were a few that I would watch again a lot. Like I really liked Thor Ragnarok. I liked Infinity War. Those were two new ones. But like, how many times have I watched like Inglourious Bastards? Probably like, I don't even fucking know, like 40 times? I've seen that movie so many times. And it's like some of these, they don't have the same type of like, you just want to experience it again. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not talking about like, I don't need to go back to as far as like Gladiator or like Lord of the Rings, but like just semi-newer ones that like feel that way.
And that really is the most damning indictment of all.
The Minecraft movie? I didn't see that.
Anyway,
I never watched it.
That's all I've got for today.
Is it just our reducing attention
spans?
spans?
Go away now.
Well, I don't think so, because like I still like, I mean, if I was going to watch a movie now, like I feel stupid not watching a new movie, like just rewatching the same old movies all the time over and over. But like overall, like I just, there's the video, by the way. It's a Critical Drinker video. I like his videos a lot, and I've watched them quite a while. Matt Damon sucks so bad, bro. I just like all of his movies except for Good Will Hunting because Robin Williams carried so hard. I think Matt Damon has like a very nuanced acting range, and so it can be like Matt Damon can be like really, really great in a role, and I think that there are other times where like Matt Damon doesn't really fit the role and doesn't play the role quite as good. So like a really great example of like his muted acting range that is actually really, really strong is whenever he played in The Departed. I think that his role in The Departed was like just absolutely flawless. Like that is my opinion the best utilization of Matt Damon's like base acting skill, been like, you know, multiplied to be the best character that it could be, right? Yeah, The Departed. I mean, I could think of other ones too, right? I mean, there are other, like, you know, there's Elysium and Jason Bourne. I thought those were good movies, but I really felt like The Departed, like those were all A tier. This one would be S tier. I haven't seen The Martian. I haven't seen that one, so I'm not sure. But yeah, him and Dogma was good. That was so long ago. I don't even remember it, man.
All right.
A trillionaire announced this week that he is personally going to fix a movie by making it, I'm quoting him, historically accurate. Now, historical accuracy, that is something I value greatly. I love it in a documentary, and I know that I am a man of a certain age because, well, I've watched every single World War I and World War II documentary out there. I think it's essentially required for aging white guys of my age. But when we talk about something being historically accurate, the story that I'm talking about here features a one-eyed giant, a witch turning men into pigs, a six-headed sea monster, and for good measure, a few cameos from actual Greek gods. And the trillionaire in this story, Elon Musk. And he is talking about Christopher Nolan's Odyssey, and this week, the Space Karen said that his AI tool Grok will make a full-length, historically accurate Odyssey by year's end. Grok Imagine will make a full-length movie of the Odyssey that is historically accurate and true to the art of Homer. And he attached an AI-generated short.
And still I dream of home. Gods, let me go.
Send him home!
Be free.
Christopher Nolan already made the Odyssey, right? Shot it on real IMAX film, barely any CGI, the whole handmade epic thing that Nolan does. And full disclosure, you know that I am a big Nolan guy. I've seen Oppenheimer more times than I'm willing to say on camera. I watch Interstellar literally every Sunday. And I'm about to go see the Odyssey again this weekend because it is absolutely destroying the box office. It's like something like $264 million in its opening weekend worldwide. It is on track to be Nolan's biggest movie of his career. And shocker, the Rocket Man child doesn't like it. He has spent months online furious about their casting, specifically that Nolan cast Lupita Nyong'o, a black woman, as Helen of Troy. And Musk called Nolan, and I'm quoting him, anti-white racist, who only did it because he wants the awards. And I want you to think about that for a second because it all falls apart pretty quickly. You got to remember that Christopher Nolan won a ton of Oscars in 2023 for Oppenheimer with virtually an all-white cast. So the awards that Musk thinks that Nolan is so desperately chasing already gave him all-white awards. So the theory that Nolan is willing to bend history for a trophy, except for the one time that he's actually swept the trophies, it doesn't hold up. Also, Nyong'o, she wasn't on screen much, but she is beautiful and she owned the screen when she spoke. The woman who launched 1,000 ships, she owned that role. But the real comedy here, the real story, is the phrase itself, historically accurate. Elon, Mr. PayPal parasite, my guy, the Odyssey is a 2,800-year-old poem. It's fiction. It has a witch. It has a wind god who hands you the wind in a bag. And the version that his AI spit out in that 3-minute clip that he's so proud of is somehow whiter than the actual Bronze Age Mediterranean it's set in. Because historically accurate ancient Greece would be less pale than what Elon created. Not more. He wanted historical accuracy and accidentally made it historically inaccurate in the exact direction that he's pissed off about. And I've got to ask you guys, even if it was free, even if there was no advertising, nothing that would benefit anyone other than ego, would you sit through a feature-length AI-generated movie, even if it's free? Or is that like a hard no from you guys? Settle it below. I want to hear what you guys have to say about this. But you have to think about what Elon is actually offering here. Not a film. Right now, he's got a 3-minute AI short that a random account made that Elon reposted with a promise that his white supremacist AI Grok will make a feature-length, full-length movie by the end of the year. So on one side, you have Nolan, and he's got his problems, his drawbacks, but he's putting it out on real film stock, real sets, the biggest release of the year, the only film ever shot entirely on IMAX. On the other side, a man worth $1 trillion posting a cartoon that a stranger made and called it cinema. And he's gotten so heated about it that he has endorsed giving a great, great director, I say that jokingly, Mel Gibson, $100 million to shoot it, and I promise you, this is a real thing, in the original Homeric Greek. Yeah, I can't wait for the giant 4-hour summer blockbuster performed in a dead language that no one speaks. Sanskrit, a dead language. Has anybody watched the movie PCU? Anyway. For the record, Musk has also melted down over the rumor that Elliot Page would play Achilles. And by the way, Page, not even Achilles in the movie, he plays a minor character with about 5 minutes of screen time, did very well. But Elon Musk's rage didn't just miss the target, it basically missed the whole cast list. What actually happened here is simple. Nolan made a masterpiece about a man trying to get home with his hands and real film. And the whole world is showing their approval. They are showing up to theaters in droves. And the richest man alive watched that, and it made him feel even smaller. So his response was to promise a cartoon and defend a dead language and insist that a poem about a pig witch needs to be more historically accurate. Now, Nolan, for his part, did call that whole pre-release meltdown irrelevant because, in his words, no one having these conversations knows what the film actually is yet. So then the film came out, made $250 million in a weekend, and proved Christopher Nolan exactly right. And hit that notification bell so that you can catch the next story the minute we drop it. And hey, if Grok's Odyssey really does come out by New Year's, you already know that we're going to watch all 3 minutes of it together.
It would appear that going woke doesn't necessarily mean going broke. I was told by the internet that the Christopher Nolan film The Odyssey was a horrible DEI woke nightmare that doesn't deserve to be seen. It's a disaster. It's garbage. It's not going to make money. It's going to flop. It's a total dumpster fire, and you should be ashamed for watching the movie. Well, I put out a glowing review last week, lost a bunch of subscribers because people apparently can't think for themselves, and they believe everything they hear on the internet, such as Elliot Page had a prominent role and was playing the part of Achilles. Wrong! They were told Zendaya had a major role and she's playing Athena. Half right. Not major role though, she's only in the movie for maybe 5 minutes. And if you saw the movie, you would know that her character is brilliantly used in the narrative. Then there was also Lupita, who has like 3 minutes of screen time. They kept sharing the photo of her sister in the film because she plays 2 characters. Both have a combined total of about 3 minutes of screen time. Here's the bottom line. I hate that I see this shit. I love going to movies, love reviewing and talking about movies. I cannot stand the politics side of things. And I'm not above criticizing a movie for pandering, for going too far down a road, for hammering messages over people's heads. I call it out when I see it. The thing is, The Odyssey had none of that. It was a damn good movie, and I said so much in my review. Did it sound like I was glazing it? Did I sound like I was being phony? Sure, I suppose. But the thing is, I fucking love the movie. I saw it again. I took my family. They also loved the movie. It's my favorite of the year. If you hated it for other reasons outside of what you were told were the issues online, that's perfectly fine. If you thought it was paced poorly, if you didn't like the characters that were chosen, or the actors, I should say, that were chosen, if you didn't like how they handled the treatment of Homer's poem, fair enough. The bottom line is it's doing amazing numbers and people are going out because word of mouth is so good. The other major reason is Christopher Nolan almost never misses. Maybe not for you and your friends. Anecdotally, you don't like his stuff. But general audiences, the masses have spoken. His movies always perform well from a box office standpoint and from like a Rotten Tomatoes aggregate standpoint. The Dark Knight trilogy, Inception, Interstellar, these are all huge movies. Oppenheimer almost made $1 billion a couple years back. And that's going to transition nicely to talking about the box office so far. $303 million worldwide and counting. Those are the numbers from just under a week of being out. These numbers dwarf Oppenheimer's, which were about $230 million. And again, Oppenheimer went on to make just shy of $1 billion. So if this trend continues, I think this thing's going to get over $1 billion. The only thing that's really going to dwarf, those are the numbers from 300, and that's going to transition nicely to talking about the box office so far. $303 million worldwide and counting. Those are the numbers from just under a week of being out. These numbers dwarf Oppenheimer's, which were about $230 million. And again, Oppenheimer went on to make just shy of $1 billion. So if this trend continues, I think this thing's going to get over $1 billion. The only thing that's really going to stand in its way is a brand new Spider-Man movie coming out on the 30th. As it stands, this is the highest Christopher Nolan opening weekend ever, only losing to The Dark Knight Rises. Both The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises made over $1 billion at the box office. So trending wise, it seems like this one's on pace to do the same. There's a man out there that's not happy about this news in the slightest, and that's Elon Musk, the richest man in the world. He has determined in his infinite wisdom that the best way, the only real way to fight back against the woke DEI Hollywood elites, keep in mind he's a trillionaire saying this, is to source out a fully AI version of the movie The Odyssey. What a sad fucking use of a person's time. So buckle up for every female to look like a variant of Sydney Sweeney, tits hanging all over the place. Everyone's white as fuck. I'm sorry, Greek. Everybody's Greek as fuck. That's what we're going with in this Checks Notes fictitious story featuring a cyclops, giants, magic, and gods. We gotta make sure it's historically accurate. This shit annoys the crap out of me because it's festered into the real world. Before, years ago, you would have all these channels like making 800 videos about how much Brie Larson sucks and how much Hollywood is woke and dead and they haven't made a good movie since like 1986 or some shit. But they were all kind of over in the corner in their echo chamber with their millions of followers, all very successful, hating on everything pretty much. But it really has now festered into the mainstream. They're going on news shows. People are reporting the stuff they say as fact. Like, it is remarkable how many fake Facebook and Instagram posts were coming up in my feed about how Elliot Page was playing one of the greatest warriors in the film, a real man's man. No! Elliot Page was playing someone that signed up on the behalf of someone else, was not a great warrior, was a runt of the litter, and that was the character. Brave, yes, but not an impressive Adonis of a man. And me calling a person by the name they want to be called is not a political stance. I just want to make that clear. That doesn't mean I'm this libtard, far leftist, extreme moron or something. If a person says their name, they go through radical procedures to change their physical appearance, changing their name, changing their identity. The least I can do is just have the common courtesy to call them the name they want. I don't give a shit. I don't lose anything out of it. And the pushback to this is always they're mentally unwell, they're sick in the head. And then I would just retort, yeah, okay. So they did something to make themselves feel better. Is that now, what's the alternative? Just jump off a cliff? I don't understand this logic. It makes no sense to me, but I digress. Look forward to Elon Musk's tour de force, his cinematic masterpiece, AI-driven Odyssey. Look forward to some six-fingered sirens gang-banging some guys off the side of a Greek ship. I mean, I don't have a problem with that, but there are websites already dedicated to such things. I don't need it to pretend or masquerade like it's some true art form version retelling of the Odyssey by Homer. Anyway, the Odyssey is on track to make a lot of money. I know people said it needs to make like $800 million to break even because it costs a ton of money, plus marketing, plus the theater cut. I mean, okay, fine. It's going to make money. It's going to do well over $800 million. Mark my words. All right, those are my thoughts. Let me know yours. Are you sad that you're constantly bombarded now by a bunch of fake bullshit online, claiming that something is something it's not? Pretending that it's got all this bad stuff in it, then you watch the movie yourself and you're like, what? This is what we were making a big deal about for like 6 months online? They made lots of money off of that crap. But unfortunately, that is exactly the name of the game. Let me know, leave a comment, please think of subbing to the show, Adam Does Movies, and hopefully I see you next time. Take care. Thanks again for watching the video. If you didn't know, I'm a one-man operation here at Adam Does Movies. I also have a full-time job. I got a family to take care of, and I would absolutely love if you supported me on patreon.com/AdamDoesMovies like these beautiful people did here. These are the silver and gold members. There's also a bronze membership starting at $1, plus access to over 300 videos from the Adam Vault at any support level. I would really appreciate it. It's the best way to support the show. Hope to see you there.
Nerderotic.com.
By the way, I just want to start this off by a lot of people like this movie. It's made a lot of money, and I've changed my mind. It's actually good now. It's actually a good movie because a lot of other people think it's a good movie, so I should think it's a good movie. So it's a good movie now. It's great.
Gary never caved to peer pressure.
Mm.
Well, yeah, I mean, so when it came to its opening,
in slightly higher quality. No.
despite whatever Twitter wants to insinuate or some people who want to frame it a certain way. Look, there's a lot of political commentators or like clickbait artists who just do the algorithm on Twitter who tried to act like this was going to be like Snow White or like, you know, the Marbles or whatever. I can't speak for everybody, I guess, but I think for the most part, we said, well, look, a lot of problems with what they've shown us so far, but I don't think there's any way this thing's a flop. I mean, I expected somewhere in the 850, 950 million range, which if it had ended there, and who knows what can happen, Spider-Man could come out and crush it, but I do think this is on a path, a trajectory of to over $1 billion. Yes. That certainly would have been viewed as a disappointment, even if it wasn't a like total outright flop or anything. But with the holds it's having during the weekday, not just here, but internationally, and you can talk about IMAX, you know, less people going for more tickets. Yeah, that's true. But we're still talking about like the money coming in and all that's fair for context. This second weekend's going to be big, which is something I talked about weeks and weeks and weeks in advance, where it's like, look at Christopher Nolan movies and look at how people like I said, it's going to behave more like an Avatar or the previous Nolan movies than our normal superhero fare that drops 70%, 65%, because people forego seeing in standard theaters to see the premium screens. And they're bought out. Well, a lot of places are bought out for next weekend. People are willing to go 2 weekends from now. It's going to have a decent hold.
I've heard that some theaters are sold out for like 6 weeks. Some IMAX theaters. So that, yeah.
Maybe they are.
Got a crazy hold on IMAX. But how many IMAX theaters are there in the country? There's like 40 or something, right? There's not a lot.
70 millimeter?
It would be easy to sell
70 millimeters, like 25.
But yeah, it's...
Yeah, 70 millimeters, like 40 in the world. It's
yeah, but the fake IMAX, there's tons of those.
Yeah,
and they're still charging more for what is essentially a bigger screen that is not an IMAX that they're trying to sell as an IMAX.
Yeah, it can watch more boring.
It's better than Infinity Vision. At least that picture is better. It is better than your standard fare. But when we get into the bullshit of Infinity Vision, holy shit.
Infinity Vision is literally just picking the biggest ones around you and being like, look, guys, we invented a new format, which is just a way for them to advertise, to try to convince people like, hey, to come out and see this because it's not an IMAX. But look, my opinion on the movie hasn't changed. I also haven't watched it again, but I don't think it will. I thought it was rather mid as a movie itself. There are things that really frustrate me with the intentions behind it, the changes they made, certainly the castings. I think it's a rather mid movie. 5 out of 10. After talking about it more, I might be willing to say maybe like closer to 4-ish, something like that. I just like that number maybe. But I think I also have to look out and realize that just because I don't like something, or just because maybe even the majority of people in our space who look at these things so intensely and are constantly on the watch for how they're changing source material for the castings. I think the general average normies go into this and thinking they came out with a pretty good cinematic experience, and it's probably going to continue a really good box office trajectory.
Avatar makes a shit ton of money. Barbie made a shit ton of money.
I think they're backtracking. They'll be retracting with the. They are going back on what they originally said, meaning that they're saying the opposite of what they originally said, but they're not saying that they are wrong. They're changing their narrative. They're reframing what they said. Yeah, they're shifting the goalposts. They're retrofitting. They're backtracking. Redefining tones and adding new conditions. Yeah, they're just basically editing what they said without even admitting that they're wrong.
The Last Jedi made a shit ton of money.
The live action first version of the
Toy Story 5
Alice
making a lot of money. Yeah. Oh, dude, the first Alice in Wonderland. Holy shit!
That made $1 billion. That means it's a good movie. Easy.
The fact of the matter is, there was a narrative built by certain content creators, and now that not by us, by the way, and now that
nah. You and the Critical Drinker, nah.
That narrative was built by them. They're calling it an L for us when we have never said ever that we have any influence over any, no, we don't take credit for Supergirl, for The Acolyte, for the Marvels, for Ironheart, for everything that's Mandalorian and Grogu, like everything that's taken a shit. It's because they weren't good movies and people didn't like them. That's it. They weren't appealing to the public.
It's because they're living in this delusional space. And honestly,
they're shifting the goalposts. They're backtracking what they said without admitting anything, without admitting fault, without admitting that they were wrong, without they can't just say I was wrong. That's one thing they're doing. The second thing they're doing is they're still saying.
I think we've seen a little bit of that somehow happening because people there are people that don't understand how this movie is successful just because they didn't like it or the people they watched didn't like it. And honestly, I think we've seen a little bit of that.
That's it. They weren't appealing to the public in any way.
It's because they're living in this delusional space. And honestly, I think we've seen a little bit of.
And now they're blaming the people. The second thing they're doing is blaming people for. Not blaming people for liking it, but they're trying to say that they got it wrong, that they are the ones that are losing.
That somehow happening because people there are people that
they're not taking responsibility, which goes back to the first thing the first part. They're not taking responsibility for being wrong.
Don't understand how this movie is successful just because they didn't like it or the people they watched didn't like it, who are trying to come up with any way they can to cope about it. Right? We're seeing a little bit of that too for this, but. Sure. The truth is, when you look at these things like The Acolyte and the Marvels, these people live in this world where because they like it, there's no possible way that the reality could be the majority of people don't. So they fucking invent every reason. Oh, it's actually performing well. The ratings are actually good. And then when they can't do that anymore, it's, well, these YouTubers, they started a hate campaign against it. They're the reason this happened. We either get told when something succeeds, they say, you guys have no influence. And we're like, no, we're not trying to brainwash people. We're just telling you our opinions. And sometimes a lot of people agree with those opinions. And then when something fails, they're like, look at these YouTubers who they manufactured a hate campaign and they're the reason why this flopped and failed. Those things can't both be true, yet they're the ones that are always trying to argue.
If I had that kind of power, Rings of Power would be canceled. And if Disbrew had that kind of power, there would be a Willow season 2, there'd be a She-Hulk season 2, and an Acolyte season 2. And I want all 3 of those things, by the way.
It is weird, though, how this movie is almost like their last...
Hold on, what did you just say?
Be canceled, and if Disbrew had that kind of power, there would be a Willow season 2, there'd be a She-Hulk season 2, and an Acolyte season 2. And I want all 3 of those things, by the way.
You hated Acolyte and She-Hulk. Why would you want those seasons?
It is weird, though, how this movie is almost like their last stand. Like, the commentary around this, like, civilizationally important, this had to win. We didn't see this with sort of Multiverse of Madness, which made 955 million. It wasn't like, you've been defeated, this is a win for woke, this proves all of your things wrong. I even saw one tweet where it was like, it's so easier for the Chudosphere. They could have just had a win by going, it's actually an amazing movie. It's like,
yeah, that was Paul Tassi who said that.
Yeah.
Your entire thing is like, well, you could have just lied. And he's like, I know that's what you do all the time.
In the access media.
It just showed that for him, it was more about sort of perception rather than what you actually thought individually of the movie.
Yeah.
As if somehow you can lose because you don't agree with the hordes.
Well,
very strange perspective.
I think it's a good thing, though, actually, that this movie is succeeding and they're thinking the way that they're thinking, because they're going to say what we always were saying was the argument, which is, oh, woke does sell, people aren't really tired of this stuff, and they're going to use the Odyssey as an example. So they're going to push the gas on.
You don't agree with the hordes.
Well,
very strange perspective.
I think it's a good thing, though, actually, that this movie is succeeding and they're thinking the way that they're thinking, because they're going to say what we always were saying was the argument, which is, oh, woke does sell, people aren't really tired of this stuff, and they're going to use the Odyssey as an example. So they're going to push the gas on more of those kind of movies and stuff. I want them to keep doing that, because it's like, okay, you think that's going to work, because it only succeeded because Christopher Nolan, and everybody said that. Nobody said it was going to flop. Well, some people did, and those guys were retarded, because there's no way that the movie was going to flop. I didn't think it'd hit $1 billion, and it might. But everybody's like, they're going to use Christopher Nolan's name and his movie as an example as to why they can keep doing it. And they're going to keep doing it, which means you're going to have more failures. It's going to hurt you in the long run. Like, you might have a short-term success with the Odyssey. Congratulations. With your next movie, when you try this again, hell, I want y'all to make Troy and then make, Achilles black or something. Do it. I want you to, because I'm just going to sit here and say, we told you so. Like, this doesn't prove anything, and it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, the funny thing is they ignore the pile of bodies behind the Odyssey, right? That were massive failures. And that's the thing I find so hilarious about this whole situation.
Well, yeah, I mean, shocking news. Woke Hollywood, in charge of the industry completely. And the ideology of the access media is entirely woke, and they finally got a win. The people in control finally got a win. It's really good. The ones
they're so
make everything. Yeah, good for
this also like shows the progress, where previously where we're calling things out as woke, they always try like, it's not woke, you guys are seeing woke in everything, you're full of it, everything like that. This film comes along and it is a success, and then suddenly they're like, yes, it is woke, it's woke, and it's woke, and it's a good thing.
Well, the funny thing about the whole situation is that the way they treated Moana, say, hey, look, accurate representation of Polynesian culture and people and all this stuff, but you can't do that same thing for anything that is based out of Europe.
Well, because everything based in Europe is actually black. I don't know if you know that.
We was everything. All right.
We was everything. Everything.
But that's why I like that rap article where it was said, what was it? That this has proven that go woke, go broke, it was always a myth. And it goes back to Ghostbusters, and it is essentially, congratulations, in a decade, you finally made a movie which makes money. That was essentially the entire article. Well, like, finally, we got one, guys.
I loved that article because that's them admitting it. That, like, we were right to call it all out. It all was woke, and they're like, yes, it is woke, and that's a good thing. And I'm like, oh, please keep on believing that, because just like what Kato was saying, and I've been saying all throughout the week, is that if they're going to learn all the wrong lessons from the Odyssey, which it looks like they are, they're going to use it as justification for more race swaps, more injecting the message, all that stuff. And I'm like, yes, burn your house to the ground.
I actually really like what Alan from Film Threat was doing when people kept asking him, well, prove to me how this movie was woke. And he went, no, you like woke. You think that's a good thing. You think it's a moral thing. So why aren't you upset that it isn't woke? Like, you should be demanding that more woke was put into the Odyssey. And they just kept coming back to as if it was sort of, they blue screened as people. They couldn't think of an answer to him. And it just kept like, no, but tell me how it's woke. It's like, I'm not saying it is woke, but as you think it's a good thing, you should be saying this isn't a good enough movie for you because it's not woke enough.
I don't know how to feel about this one, because this movie was propped up to be $1 billion hit, to be the spectacle for Hollywood is back. They're getting that, and I don't think that's a good thing. Like you know, we could talk about like, oh, give us all the Willows possible, but it's like, I don't think that's a good thing.
No, it's not.
It's in the culture at large.
For the world, you're absolutely right.
It's not good for us as people. I don't like for us. Well, you know, we get to hang out.
I think it's
have a
good
time. But you know, what about everybody else?
It's good to accelerate. You know what I mean? Like, you keep going that way, and you're going to have more people start to realize that maybe I don't need to watch things coming from this space right here. Or maybe I don't need to care about these movies and these TV shows and stuff like that. And it just accelerates their collapse, because I don't want to say I'm black pilled, but I'm more like other people where I'm like, I don't give a fuck about you guys anymore because you don't care about me. So
I'm black pilled on Hollywood.
But think of how many,
specifically black pill.
Think of how many people now, just because we are so uneducated, like not even just in America, just across the world. Think of how many people have seen this and are walking out saying, I totally understand the Odyssey now. I have it. I have a full grasp on it. I understand the whole thing. I don't need to read anything. I don't need the source material. The fact that you have Emily Wilson coming out and saying, you got it wrong. You didn't get all the details right. There's no fantasy. There is no fantasy to this fantasy.
So that is actually something that Nolan said himself, is that a movie is like a cultural snapshot that is a foundation for culture in the future to build upon. So that's how he sees his own movies.
Yeah, that's why all this stuff is important. I brought up the same point last week too, because my concern is people walking away from this movie saying, okay, so this is what the Odyssey is about, and it's not what the Odyssey is actually about.
That's why all of this is important. We've talked about it for years, and they do this, and they make fun of you for caring about the Odyssey in Greek myth. Like that's I had so many arguments this weekend. It's been fantastic. It's been very fun. But it comes down to they don't care, and they make fun of you for caring.
Yep.
Oh, but
they care. They ultimately care too.
They do.
They care because they want to take it and subvert it.
Yeah, like this film is.
They care about what it means to you. Yeah.
It's cultural vandalism, and they know it. They love the slop and the trashing of history because it's being remade in their image, and then they try and gaslight, deflect, and say it's not really happening in their image. It's like, yeah, it is happening. It's a good thing. They know what they're doing, but this film is absolutely subversive garbage, right? Made to undermine traditional values, history, all of it. Like, this is actually one of the most sadistic pieces of art ever made.
Yeah, right. It's not history.
It's not real.
It's fiction.
It's fiction from Greek history that they told themselves about themselves.
But you see, it's not real though, so it doesn't matter if you change everything, except when you bring in a story like, a story from West Africa, or as you were saying with Moana, or any of these other things, and you change anything just slightly.
Don't shit the pants, man.
Y'all are racist. You don't care about the representation. But whenever it goes the other way, you want to put your blinders on. It's like, nah, man. If it's wrong one way, it's wrong the other.
Aren't real, and representation mattered to them. But then it doesn't matter, because if it's not real, it doesn't matter.
Bro, look at how black people reacted when a light-skinned man was rumored to be cast for T'Challa, and tell me that they'd be perfectly fine with any like little change or whatever. With someone who is black,
over a man
just ain't black
with
enough.
Children of Blood and Bone as well. It's the same issue.
When the stitch casting of the sister and she was a couple of shades too pale, they lost their friggin' minds. Right? They've shown how much they care. They're absolutely unhinged about this, so long as it doesn't go against them.
Well, so I think that what's happening is like Odyssey is winning because it's Nolan movie. People just generally want to see cinema come back. So they're like, okay, this is also based off of an epic tale, that's why it's winning, I feel like. And then we have all these retarded leftist woke fucks that are kind of like grabbing onto the success of that and going like, we win. But that's not because of you.
Saying that the Indian guy was more accurate to a Greek person.
Yeah, like
through that time period.
that's the reason it's winning.
It's like you're fucking retarded, man.
Also, I just wanted to say it's cool that they got the person who's playing Clayface to do the interview here too.
Yep.
What did you think about the film in terms of this notion of the Odyssey as an anti-war text?
I mean, I thought it. I want to, not spoil anything about the film because I know the majority of people haven't seen the film. I mean, the film has these flashbacks to the Trojan War. I'm not sure if I see it as an entirely anti-war film, but it certainly presents us with an Odysseus who feels very bad about certain things that he's done in war and is struggling to process them in a very, I would say, very modern psychiatrized way. He's struggling to process them. And
she said she doesn't really see it as a totally anti-war film, and Gary, you said you do.
Yes.
I think what she likely means is that it's hard to justify Odysseus feeling all of this guilt and all of this anguish and this PTSD and everything, yet still having the end where he slaughters 100 people. Right? Like, I think that might be what she's hinting at, because those two ideas don't exactly mesh up, and it does feel a little bit weird when you start thinking about the movie from that perspective.
Well, it feels weird from the beginning anyway, where it goes, oh, you feel bad about, sacking the city. You've been planning this for 10 years. You've been fighting this war for 10 years. And not only that, you're a soldier. You've done this before. You know how this goes. And I never understood this. Like when I was watching the movie, I'm like, how would he be upset that the plan that he made worked when this is what he's wanted for this long? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's like trying to make him sad just because, war bad. And it's like,
warrior society
too. Want to do. And that's another thing. In that time,
warrior society.
In that time frame, when they were doing things, that's just how shit went. Like that's how you live life. So they would pillage, they would get the women and do all that shit. They wouldn't feel bad about it because they wouldn't see it as bad. So I know
you had people during that time period in the Bronze Age where you had, I think it was the Acadians, that basically he literally murdered an entire city of people because they resisted.
It's in the book. When Telemachus goes to Menelaus, he's like, well, if I knew you would have come round, I would have taken you out. We could have sacked a city, killed all the men, and taken their women. Like, this was just like a gift that he was going to give him. There was no shame.
That's one of the biggest subversive elements of this, where they forcefully injected a modern perspective on warfare and therefore atrocities, stuff like that, which is completely contradictory to the mindset of the historical soldier, right? And one of the best windows about that they had a different mindset, a different morality, were old tales like this that showed that we have progressed since then, that we do have this different understanding of killing and what is murder, and they've utterly destroyed that, intentionally so, to try and obfuscate and warp the past to push the modern perspective on, and then really modern subversive stuff.
This is why it's interesting with Emily Wilson, because she wanted to change it, but in a certain way. So she wanted to look at the story through like gender roles and inequality. That's why she's like, well, why did you change the war bit? She doesn't care about the war bit. And she specifically said, I don't want to change the events of the story, just maybe look at it from a different angle and focus on a different element. Whereas Christopher Nolan altered it entirely.
He just did Oppenheimer again.
I was about to say, this is Nolan's like classic thing. You get a man that's like stricken by his past,
Oh, I
And
did
then-
a thing.
and then we do the time thing where we don't know at what point in time we're looking at things. Classic Nolan, and it's like that's what drew me out of the film while I'm watching it. 'Cause it's
The
so
Bronze
modern.
Age is coming to an end.
Must be some kind of Bronze Age.
Yeah.
They called it the Bronze Age during the Bronze Age.
Oh
my god! Because everyone knew that name back then.
Yeah.
Like
Get these dead
the
niggers out of
dichotomy
here.
of Nolan is like, I want everything to be grounded in reality, and then he'll have stupid dialogue like the Bronze Age in the Bronze Age.
It's like when the cavemen, call themselves cavemen because they're self-aware.
Yeah, I've been in the caves too long. We need to build structures. Platoon was going back and forth. This where you were responding to when they were talking about somebody brought up tides or tides in the Mediterranean, and there really isn't tides in the Mediterranean, and Nolan not wanting wheels on the Trojan horse. So
Yeah, 'cause that was it.
a bunch
So
of
he
people drowned in 8 inches of water.
Yeah, so Little Platoon was digging into the fact that it was really stupid that you built it in the water. And I just wanted to know, it is stupid, but this was stupid intentionally. Nolan made it deliberately stupid and badly written because he thought that would trick the Trojans somehow but more. And it's like, this was supposed to be a gift to the gods. And so you thought you were respecting the gods by leaving it in the water to rot? It was a very strange decision even then.
Especially if there's tides, it's like, what are the tides? Just wash it away. And it's like, okay.
And there is
I think it's why they're partially
they're very
buried.
small.
I think it's important to note, just because he put so much thought into little details like that about why would the Trojans take the horse in, and it means that everything else that he did was a deliberate decision. He would have thought about that too, no matter how stupid it seems. It was intentional.
Well, that's the thing we had to bring up. Emily Wilson's name was invoked a lot by yours truly and many of us here, but ultimately this is Chris Nolan's film, and this proves it. And she's not the only translator who's out there ripping it to shreds right now.
Daniel Mendelsohn hated it. Well, he's some good points, some bad points, but his end conclusion was that it disrespected the work.
Yeah,
it's because it did.
Which it did.
Because it does.
I mean, it literally inverts Odysseus' entire motivation. He doesn't want to go home. That's the opposite of what the Odyssey was. It's just
because he feels guilty.
I feel bad, guys. I feel bad we won.
I think Mendelssohn's conclusion was that rather than adapting the Odyssey, he turned the Odyssey into him, and it was just one of his standard things and all of his standard tropes. It's like we said with Rings of Power, though, that you come in and you think your ego is bigger than the other thing, and it's like, no, if you adapt something, you have to be subservient to it. It's more important than you are.
Yeah.
And he's struggling to process them and needs drugs to do so for help with his recovery.
Right.
And he seems to feel bad about being a warrior, and we never actually get to see him doing much warrioring, which I thought in a way was a bit of a shame. I mean, we do get to see the boat, which is lovely, but I think in some ways, I was realizing, thinking about the film, there's a tolerance for ambiguity in the world of the Odyssey, which I don't think there exactly is in the world of Hollywood blockbuster action films.
Right.
And I think that's one of the big challenges for Nolan, right?
Yeah.
Is that he has to make the protagonist a likable all-American hero.
Right.
Which is a real challenge if you're basing this on a poem where the hero is not necessarily motivated by romantic love or being a nice suburban parent, but actually he wants glory, and he wants to get spoils from the sack of a city, which is, you'll see what Nolan does with all of that, but it's different things from what Homer does.
That's the problem right there, right?
But that is appealing. That is
No, but also,
it is.
Homer's was motivated by love, but that's her reading of it. She removed the love from the story.
But what she just said is exactly the problem, where she's like, you have to see it through like this, that lens instead of what it actually is. Because what she's saying is she doesn't think that, in Hollywood, they can do the, just wanting glory and riches and all that in the film for some reason because she thinks it's bad or they think it's bad. Where, no, you could have just done that and it would have been better off for it because that's what it is.
They used to do that in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
God.
So she did discuss, I don't know if it's in this interview or another, where she missed the gods, particularly the gods, and she discusses basically that this is a Christopher Nolan, Odysseus is a Christopher Nolan character, like you guys brought up.
Yeah.
So that's being brought up a lot, and I would say if you want to be known as a true auteur, then ambiguity will be something you should be really fucking good at. like really good at, despite what the blockbuster American, what Hollywood perceives the blockbuster American audience would want. They have no idea what they want. Oppenheimer, unlikely film to get to 900 million, but it did. And, and that's because it's Nolan, but every other place they make film, they take zero chances. Again, what's bad for society? Fake Wizard, Toy Story 5, Moana, any of these remakes, any of these slop remakes that are making $1 billion. It's like, oh, I can take my kids to, my God, why do you hate your kids? Like my parents took me to good movies. And there
was a lot more good movies back then.
There was a lot more good movies back then, right?
But you could show them those good movies now.
Yeah.
Yes, at home.
It's one of the safest movies of the summer for kids.
Real quick, Garrett, you put up a post a couple of days ago concerning people telling us not to watch the movies. So these are my favorite. This is an argument we've heard for 8 years. I talked about it last night. Went a little bit off on it. Okay, a little bit. And the fact of the matter is, you do what you fucking like. All right, you do what you like. As far as supporting things or boycotting things, I'm not here. I fucking boycotts are gay. Okay, they generally don't work unless it's like something egregious like Bud Light when they do something absolutely against their brand. That's not a boycott. That's people just genuinely being pissed. But when it comes to discussing the Odyssey, well, if you're discussing it, I would argue if you want to have an informed opinion, you fucking watch it or you don't discuss it. It's a choice, and you're free to discuss it without watching it, but you won't have an informed opinion. You won't have an informed opinion on the film. You won't have an informed opinion on why people may or may not like it. Knowledge is power, particularly to content creators. If you're going to cover this stuff and be a little fucking drive-by, as Ryan brought up earlier, the political commentators or algorithm writers, one of my pet peeves is so many people go, I didn't watch the film. Well, how in the fuck would you know? How would you know? How would you know what people... you could say, well, people think this way. Well, you're going off an internet consensus by these same people will tell you the internet's not real, which, it isn't.
So, and we can be like, for those of us that did watch it, we all have different varying opinions on the same thing that we just watched. Right. You know what I mean? People's tastes are different. That's just reality. But to your point, Gary, I am sick of that shit because you've got some of these people, oftentimes they're the same ones who are like in the political space and they're click chasing. Yep. That's why they started talking about the Odyssey in the first place. And they were some of the ones who said it was going to fail. Now they're turning around and be like, this is really blown up in these people's faces. The only way to not do it is to not talk about it at all and never cover it. It's like, really? But, so what? Tell me what the difference is between, I don't know, The Acolyte being the most discussed thing by us for months, The Marvels being the most discussed thing for months, the amount of time we spent talking about Supergirl, all these things that are massive fucking failures and flops. Did we help those? Did we make those successful? Is that what we did? No, because this is not fucking 1950. The all press is good press thing is an archaic way of looking at shit. All press is good press is something that mattered back when you had one local newspaper and like 2 fucking channels on television. Gary remembers those days.
I remember.
In the 24-hour news cycle with social media, with all this stuff, if everyone's talking about something and it's 95% negative, that is a horrifically bad thing for you. Why do you think these PR companies exist? Why do you think these PR companies are so desperate to shut down the criticism and artificially prop up different things? Because they know that. And I'm so sick of that take from absolute fucking retarded cocksucking piles of garbage.
Well, there is also a contradiction, though, in you see a lot of people going, you have to go and see it to do it. And then they'll also use the box office success as proof that it's a good movie. And so I think that's where you get that response from, is it saying, well, you are helping them because they're going to use this argument against you. And the far better tactic is to destroy that argument in the first place, that obviously box office success has nothing to do with whether something's a good movie or not. It doesn't even mean that people liked it, because you have to see it to decide whether you like it in the first place, which is where we have franchises now. Marvel was destroyed over time, but you will see with Spider-Man, it's going to make a load of money, and you won't see the same articles about this proves go woke, go broke is nonsense and everything. And so even they pick and choose the thing.
Yeah.
They don't have principles, they have goals. And so they will say one argument for one thing, and one argument, whichever gives them the strongest opinion is what they do. So I wouldn't really concern yourself with what they say.
No.
Yeah, and ironically, some of the people I've seen saying something like that, saying stuff like that have spent plenty of time doing exactly that, except when something doesn't fit their fucking narrative and they're trying to take shots. That's fucking weird, isn't it? That's fucking wild. That's fucking strange.
Crazy.
It's almost like these people have absolutely no fucking principles and are dumb, retarded piles of shit.
I just think it's fun to address once in a while, because when they point that out and they're so ill-informed, talking about content creators here, it's just fun to poke that a little bit.
It's funny to look at too, because it's like, how do you think that's going to work with like your credibility going down the line? You know what I mean? Whereas like you're talking about a movie, you're talking about like how it's performing and all these other things, and you know nothing about it because you haven't watched it, you haven't listened about it. You're just looking at shit online, and it's like, I can't take you seriously. Like I would rather listen to somebody that at least watched something or read something or listened to something and they know what they're talking about than somebody who's just parroting shit that you see online. Because then it just makes you go, I don't need to listen to you at all.
That's the whole point of sharing.
That's what they all did, is they all parrot what Noel Roddick and Kirk Drinko say. That's what I've been saying, is that they parrot. They mimic. They copy what other people say instead of giving them the general, giving you the general opinion. Who is my
Sharing your thoughts on something is if you've watched it. Otherwise, it's meaningless.
And how many times has like something come out where it's like, man, I don't think I'm gonna like this, and then you watch it, you're like, you know what? I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Like I didn't think I would like Thunderbolts. I kind of like Thunderbolts. I won't say it's a great movie, but I didn't walk out like this is a piece of shit. You know, like oh, that was okay. Fantastic Four. I'm like, oh, that was fine. You know, it's not like the worst thing ever. And then if I didn't watch it, I just went, well, I don't like it because Pedro Pascal was in it. How can you take me seriously? I don't even know what I'm talking about.
I mean,
there's another layer to that too.
Play out. Oh, you go.
There's another layer to that too. I won't walk out of movies. Although this year, with everything we've been seeing, there's a lot of stuff that it would be really satisfying to just leave and save your hours, right? But no, we have to stay through the whole movie because otherwise we can't give an informed opinion on it.
Disclosure Day. I wanted to walk out of Disclosure Day.
I wanted to walk out of Supergirl.
That
was rough.
I don't think these people just have thought about it that much at all, because you get these comments saying, well, you supported it because you bought a ticket, right? And like, hang on, you think I'm supporting it when with my review of Supergirl, revealing how utterly crap that film is, convincing however many hundreds of people out of the thousands that watch my content to not watch it. And so do the math. One ticket then robs them of 100 more, maybe even 1,000 tickets if the movie gets big enough. Tickets. Like, do you think we're supporting the film when we expose it for being crap? But it's like I can't do the basic math. And they're like, no. And if they really want everyone on our side of, this discussion to not review these films, to not go see them, so therefore they get to control the narrative and gaslight people and convince them that utter asinine crap like Supergirl, and I'm going to throw the Odyssey in there as well because I think it's crap, right, is 10 out of 10 masterpiece. It's like you're just wanting to let them control the entire discussion. You're wanting to give up. That is one of the most retarded takes in the world.
There needs to be a counter narrative. That's important.
This argument doesn't come from the other side. The other side, they have their arguments or whatever. This is what bothers me is the argument that comes from our side that goes, well, why do you watch it? Because that is my lot in life.
It's a similar
my lot in life.
It's a very similar argument.
Doing it on purpose. And like you just said, we say our piece. We then let you take that information and make your decision. And if I don't like something and I tell people, hey, I think this is trash because XYZ, they'll take that information and go, well, I'm not going to buy a ticket.
Some of us have been...
But you've already told yourself that you wouldn't like it. When you tell yourself that you're not going to like something before you watch it, like, I know I'm not going to like it, but I'm going to watch it. You're just adding more stuff to what you originally thought. Okay, here's what I originally thought. It turns out I was right. There's only so many times that people will hear that. Just like you said, you got people who haven't seen it who have an opinion. Which is what you create when you intentionally watch stuff that you don't like. When you watch something that you don't like, you create that possibility that somebody who has not seen the Acolyte will say, well, this is trash because so-and-so had watched it, he didn't like it, he knew he wouldn't like it, and he watched it, and that just confirmed what he already knew. This is why I don't want to watch it, and that's fact. It's not an opinion, it's fact. So when you do that, you're creating that entire people, not those people, but you're creating that little group, and then they're feeding off of you. This is why you have so many followers of the Critical Drinker and Erotica, because they watch stuff that they know they're not gonna like, and then they give reviews of it, put that in quotes, and then those people talk about it like it's authority. The Odyssey is no different. They're doing the same thing. You're saying you didn't like it. You're saying you wasn't gonna like it originally. You did the same thing with Supergirl. You did the same thing with the Star Wars, Mandalorian, Grogu. Now you're doing it with the Odyssey. You're creating this group that it's like you said, puppetry, mimicry. You also said parroting. It's called a bandwagon. You're creating bandwagons, man, of mindless sheep that are saying, well, because the Critical Drinker said something, because No Erotic said something, because so-and-so said something, because Alan Ingham Film Threat said, Fine Aries was woke. It must in fact be woke. I don't want to go see it. You're regurgitating what somebody else is saying. You're doing this, you're enabling that. You're creating that possibility because you choose to review things that you knew that you were going to like, not like. You know? It's like, I always quote Gran Turismo based on true story. I originally thought I was not going to like it. I thought it was going to bomb. I thought it was going to be terrible. I thought it's just going to be some mediocre underdog story, coming of age story, I guess you'd say. Underdog story. Turns out I go to see it 10 times. I like it so much. So in my review, to be fair, I would state why I like it, things I do like about it, and things I don't like, just to be fair. But I'm not gonna, get a bandwagon from that because I originally didn't like it. I was proven wrong, and I will admit I was proven wrong. But y'all don't do that. You watch things that you know you're not gonna like because you know your audience is like that. Your audience likes that, the fact that you talk about stuff you hate. It's called hate watching. Hate wage bidding.
Doing this all our fucking lives, okay?
Yeah,
I've been watching shit and ripping on shit before a YouTube channel, and it would just be me and my friends going to a Denny's and ripping the shit out of the movie or ripping it inside the movie, and it was fun.
Yeah,
that's how we have fun.
It's like I do something because I love it, and that also is a benefit to people because they get that information and they trust me for whatever reason, and they trust all of us for all of our different opinions.
Just Bruce said it earlier with the Paul Tassi thing. Why don't you just lie, or why don't you, just stop and go away?
Yeah, that's exactly it. They want us silenced, which is why they say if you have nothing nice to say about it, don't say anything. And then you have the other side saying, well, why are you supporting it? It's like, well, we're not. We're reviewing it. We're telling people what our opinion is on this piece of entertainment.
And this is the 50th time this gets brought up over and over again, and then somebody will bring it up like they're the first person who brought it up, and it's you're not. So
it's like the whole Rotten Tomatoes thing.
Yeah,
we have known that Rotten Tomatoes has been different since 2019. And we've been talking about that for 7 years. We know they changed the way they do their verified reviews.
Some of us made videos at the time.
Yeah, like we know this, and that's why you have to look at these things in a certain light. What used to be, if you got an 89% on the audience score for Rotten Tomatoes, it probably meant that thing's a fucking banger, right? Now that's a little different. An 89% nowadays, based on the way they do it, based on the way they collect the data, that's probably like a mid movie. That's probably like a 50% movie. And we've known that. We've talked about it. We've talked about it here. And I think maybe just because this is just such a big cultural, like so many different people are paying attention to it. You have people who aren't familiar with the entertainment industry who are finding out for the first time. There's been a lot of stuff about the Rotten Tomatoes site. I got issues with that real score as well. Because you're removing thousands of scores of people who did see it. Yes, low effort reviews. Did you like it or not? Rate it really quickly. But look, when Fandango bought Rotten Tomatoes, it stopped being about a pure test for the audience, because Fandango, shocker, wants people to buy tickets through their app. And they realize that if movies are getting fucking bombed, like validly so, that's maybe not the best way to convince people to go see it. So they have been doing this. They have been curating it like this since 2019. It's not anything new, and it's something we know about and talk about. That's why you just have to take it with a grain of salt and context when you're talking about these scores.
And go to other places,
Yep.
There's Criticlist out there. There's Metacritic. There's IMDb.
See, Craigslist, same thing. He wants you to use their app. They all want you to use their app.
But that's still owned by Amazon, and they remove reviews. They did it for the Rings of Power. We caught them
so
in real time.
Fandango and Rotten Tomatoes. So Fandango bought Rotten Tomatoes in 2016. At that point, it was owned by Warner Brothers when that happened. And then I think Comcast also owns a share.
Yes.
So at one point, Disney may have been involved in something. So you got multiple studios. Yeah. Disney's the one that gets the best benefit from Rotten Tomatoes. They're the ones that have the biggest, the biggest discrepancy for all of these things. But it's because Fandango wants to sell tickets, period.
And yes, things get review bombed on both sides because when it's a lot easier, but we discussed it a couple of weeks ago. There are, and this is not a surprise to anybody. It's just they're not being quiet. They're not making a secret of it anymore. There are companies that hire people to upvote, to make videos that look totally viral, and they're hiring these people off Reddit. Right, and they're offering them. They put like $5,000 into it. It's you know what? From their perspective, makes a lot of sense. It does, because they have a lot riding on this, and sometimes if you get a viral video, then your $5,000 got paid for big time.
Well, it also boosts the algorithm, because the algorithm is suddenly sees thousands of people posting videos about the same topic, and it's like, oh, this is a viral moment. I'll send it out to even more people, and then suddenly the next thing you know, this movie is everywhere out of nowhere, and it is just all driven by clippers. It's why you see certain streamers pop up over and over again all the time, and like, I've never clicked anything on this person, but it's because the algorithm just forces it on everyone.
What was the name of that site? It was
like Flood something.
No, Floodify.
Yeah. Floodify.
Floodify.
Yeah.
Floodify.
Wow.
Floodify.
Even the name
Floodify. On the nose.
That's all.
That's game, bro.
But to go back to Rotten Tomatoes, I feel like for Rotten Tomatoes, when it matters to me, the number, right? Because when we bring it up every once in a while, Rotten Tomatoes inflates their numbers for shit that they love, right? They want Hollywood. It's a Hollywood side, so it's their field. When we see a movie that is not doing very well in their field, in their fluffed up area, that's when I think the number is important, at least to me, when I go, okay, even in your own wheelhouse, it's not doing very well. So by contrast, I think is
going back.
Those numbers are
meaningless. And it's one of the reasons, again, why we don't see why we haven't seen the same protections instituted for streaming things, right? Because Fandango ain't selling shit for streaming. They're selling tickets, right? Right?
Yeah.
Like that's why you don't have the same verified stuff yet. Although that might be coming at some point.
A little bit of a conflict of interest.
Yeah. You want to look at the differences when you remove a bunch of people who actually went and saw the movie, like for that real score. Look at Melania. Right, which that had like a 98% audience score up on Rotten Tomatoes right now. If you use the real score, that drops down to like a 23%. Right, so these things where you're taking away a lot of reviews of people that did see it, regardless of whether it's low effort or not, it can fluctuate a lot of different movies.
Yes, it's interesting data, but it really doesn't say much.
Yeah, it's like a data point to know.
Yeah,
but.
Yeah, so like Superman, not Superman's James Gunn, not a cultural phenomenon. The Odyssey is. It just is.
nerderotic.com. Please subscribe.
All right, Christopher Nolan put out his new film, The Odyssey, and it is absolutely dividing everyone. Now, I have not seen it. My editor here, Chris, has seen it. He said it's actually rather good. If you guys want me to see it, want me to do a full breakdown, I could do that. But everyone's talking about this, and it's super interesting because from one side of the aisle, well, they're both on the same side of the aisle. They all work for the same company. You got Michael Knowles and Ben Shapiro saying it's a good movie, and then you got Matt Walsh crashing out as usual. I feel like Matt is just grumpy and just mad about anything related to art. Okay, so this is what is trending on X. It says, Nolan's Odyssey adaptation draws box office gold and casting backlash. The nearly 3-hour film shot entirely in IMAX for practical effects and a $250 million budget stars Damon as the clever hero journeying home after the Trojan War, pulling in $327 million worldwide in its first week. It holds a 94% critic score, 97% audience approval on Rotten Tomatoes with strong performance, blah, 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 from all these people. But of course, Elliot Page is in it, and Travis Scott is briefly in it. I guess he's in the intro. And people are mad that there's DEI, all DEI changes undermining the myth's spirits, okay? Now, you got Andrew Klavan, Ben Shapiro, and all these Michael Knowles all clapping back on this. Okay, so you got Michael Knowles saying, yep, I wouldn't even call them flaws as much as strange choices. This is regarding some of the stuff that they made with regards to the adaptation of it. But he says it's a solid B+, maybe an A- with grade inflation. I'd certainly recommend seeing it. So this is Michael Knowles from Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro says it's rather good. Okay. This is interesting. So you got Ben Shapiro saying it's. I'm not going to play Ben Shapiro 1.25. I'm just going to play his real thoughts.
For them, not as much. But overall, the movie is. Nolan's great at what he does. I mean, the movie is a masterpiece. Now, it doesn't hew entirely to sort of the characterization of Odysseus in the Odyssey, if you're reading the Robert Fagel's version, for example. It takes liberties.
Seems like it's an adaptation of the book. I remember reading the book in high school. So it takes liberties. Now, I've even been hearing that there's a lot of biblical tie-ins and biblical morality in the movie. Okay, I haven't seen it again. Let me know if you want me to see it.
But some of the characterization. You would figure it would have to. When you're talking about ancient literature, most of the characters in ancient literature are not particularly well characterized. You don't sort of get their interior monologue, the thing that they're thinking the whole time. And the thematic, when it comes to the Odyssey, is not totally clear. You have a bunch of speeches that kind of will insert a theme here or there, but it's not as though there's some sort of overarching dramatic theme to the Odyssey other than a man trying to get home. But Nolan does something different here. He actually inserts a sort of overarching theme that I quite liked. Now, whether you think that's true to the theme of the Odyssey is another question. There may be hints in the original poem, but it's certainly not clear from the text of the Odyssey that what he's doing with Odysseus is actually kind of directly from the text. That's okay. You're allowed to take liberties with ancient texts. As a film, does it work? Absolutely. Now,
this is the hilarious part. You got Matt Walsh absolutely hating the movie.
Now, Nolan does not softly coax the audience into the DEI net, easing us into it slowly but surely. No, he cranks the diversity meter up to 1,000 from the very first frame. The first character we see is the rapper Travis Scott, who somehow manages to turn in a bad performance despite appearing on screen for 12 seconds. He got 12 seconds and he completely botched it somehow. And then we see Ellen Page portraying a Greek warrior waddling around the desert like a child with a soiled diaper.
That's pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. Ellen Page being someone that's portraying a Greek warrior is hilarious.
Straining under her rubber armor, looking like she's about to die even before she gets shot through with arrows. The defenders of this film, especially on the right, have tried to claim that Page's appearance is not a huge problem because she only has a small role. You've probably heard that. It's a very small role.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard she had a 5-minute role.
Now, I don't want to ascribe sinister motives to anybody or accuse them of lying, so I will generously assume that the conservative commentators making that claim must have fallen asleep 10 seconds into the movie, which would be totally understandable, frankly. If they actually watched the entire thing in a state of full consciousness, or at least half consciousness, then they would know that Ellen Page is not a minor character in this film at all. She is utterly pivotal to the plot. She's
okay. So this is his take on it, and it says, "Don't listen to any conservatives." Okay, so your boss Ben Shapiro and your coworkers Andrew Klavan and Michael Knowles, who claim the Odyssey isn't woke or that DEI is casting isn't a problem. They're full of it. Here's why. And then somebody rightfully pointed out, a right-winger calling something woke is starting to mean about as much as a left-winger calling something racist.
Yep. Exactly.
If everything is woke and racist, then nothing is woke and racist. So my thoughts on this is, what was the expectation of a modern adaptation of a film around Greek mythology? Is it that they all have to be white guys? And then what is even white? Is it white in an American context? Is it white in a Middle Eastern context? What is this in a Greek context? Right? This entire thing is so goofy to me with regards to fighting over the DI thing. Now, Ellen Page playing a dude, right? But is it impossible that there could have been black folks in the mix with regards to the Greeks? Oh, I don't know. I mean, Greece seems like it's not too far from Africa. I mean, if we just look on a map, you got Turkey, Lebanon, Israel. Oh, and then there's Africa. You got Libya, Egypt, right? Algeria. Doesn't seem like it's too far or unlikely that it could have been black folks somehow connected to the Greeks. But it's Greek mythology. The entire thing is it's a myth, right? And so this idea of it's all woke, it's all DEI, is this why we just like you can't have nice things? Because it seems like you're just more upset about Travis Scott being in the film than you are on whether the film is a good film and has a good moral framework, right? And I think Christopher Nolan, I believe, grew up Catholic. And so there's always little, streams of his worldview here or there. I'm not saying he's a practicing Catholic or he's a Christian. I don't know. But you see those things kind of float into his worldview with regards to some of the stuff he's made in the past. I loved Memento. One of my favorite movies is Inception. I thought that was a brilliant movie. And so I just think sometimes fighting over this stuff is so stupid and silly, and trying to, again, it goes back to all or nothing thinking. Like, it's either all good or it's all bad. There can't be like, oh, I like this, but Elliot Page, meh, or I didn't, right? Like, it's a binary. And to me, if you look at the research on all or nothing thinking, black or white thinking, it's a downstream effects of cognitive distortions. There's often give and take. There's often nuance. There's often ways that you could process things and say, yeah, this part is bad, but this part is good. What's the overall messaging of the film? What are they saying? Okay, yes, there's some hires there that perhaps, are trying to meet a quota like an Elliot Page. But what is a general movie's worldview that's being portrayed? And is it congruent with the worldview, or do we have to reject it? Or are there parts we have to reject? I think those are the questions that I would be asking. And those are questions I would ask if you guys want me to see it. If you want me to see it, let me know in the comments and I'll go check it out. Maybe I'll give you guys my honest thoughts after I see it. But I thought this entire back and forth within the Daily Wire world was pretty hilarious. Let me know what you think about it. Hey, real quick. Here's something every follower of Jesus can lock arms on. I've always said it's better to be known by what we're for instead of by what we're against. So, what if we became known as the people who show up for women in crisis, the people who protect vulnerable children, the people who are the hands and feet of Jesus when someone feels scared, abandoned, and alone? That's why I want you to hear Karen's story.
When I first found out I was pregnant, I was just scared and I wasn't sure what I was going to do. I'd had an abortion before. It was a really painful experience emotionally. The panic just kind of set in. And at the time, I was struggling a lot, financially. The father of my baby didn't want to be involved. He telling me that he didn't want the baby. I already kind of knew that it didn't really seem realistic for me to keep the baby. So when I came in, they took me into a room and they just kind of talked to me about the situation, asked me what was going on. It seemed like they really cared. It seemed like they really were interested in hearing my story personally, and not like they were just no, you need to keep the baby, or push that down my throat. They gave me an ultrasound and she kind of talked to me about how my situation, it seemed hard, but that it was possible to provide for the baby. The turning point for me to know that I wanted to keep the baby was when I came here. Just knowing that there was hope. I love Kai so much. I just feel like he's all that I needed. He gives me that comfort. He brings me a lot of joy.
Today, Karen is raising her son Kai. She's back in school pursuing her master's degree, and years later, Human Coalition is still supporting her. Karen herself said that if Human Coalition had not stepped into her life, she probably would have gone through with the procedure. This is what being pro-life looks like. Not just winning arguments, not just posting online, actually showing up, actually helping, actually being the hands and feet of Jesus. Human Coalition has already helped Over 35,000 women choose life, but there's still countless mothers searching for help right now. For just $26, you can connect a woman like Karen with the support she needs before the industry reaches her first. Jesus said that whatever we do for the least of these, we do for him. So let's not be known by what we're against, but instead be known by what we're for. Click the link below and donate $26 today. It may be the most important $26 you've ever given in your life.
Rage goddess, sing the rage of Peleus' son Achilles, and so
I was very early on saying that this movie was going to flop. So several days before it came out, I made a video about that. And very few, if anyone else, made that prediction. Now, when I use the word flop, I don't mean that it wouldn't be popular. What I mean is that it's going to lose money. I did a subsequent video that it's probably going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars. And right now, all the rage online is how phenomenal it's doing financially. But the problem is the math still is not mathing. Now, that doesn't mean this won't be a popular movie. This movie could get to $1 billion, which means a lot of people went and saw it. Although it is heavy IMAX, so that's, much more expensive tickets. So there are fewer butts in the seats compared to a normal $1 billion movie if it does happen to get that high. So my contention is not that it's unpopular. My contention is it's going to lose money. And it is. It still is. So here's all the rage. So OMB reviews. He's really good with a lot of this stuff. And he says, after having a much larger than expected opening weekend last week, Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey has once again defied projections with an incredible second weekend hold after dropping only 30% domestically. It is even more impressive when you factor in how well the movie is doing internationally, even with the massive 20% cut that Nolan gets from the box office gross for the film, which, by the way, I was also the first person to do a video about that, not to toot my own horn. The movie at this point seems to be well on its way to profitability, and even more impressively seems all but guaranteed to be on track to cross $1 billion by the end of its run, possibly. Okay, but that's still not going to be enough. And I will explain to you why. The Odyssey has now made $640 million at the global box office, now on pace for well over $1 billion. IMAX 70mm screenings are nearly sold out in all locations through September. Production budget was $250 million. But there's only 25 to 30 of those in the United States, depending on the movie, and 41 worldwide on the high end. So, yeah, okay. Listen, it dropped 30%. If it drops another 30% and then another 30%, okay. Yeah, it'll track for $1 billion. Still not going to be enough. Odyssey soars to $639 million globally after 2 weekends, including $140 million on IMAX. The Odyssey has grossed over $639 million at the worldwide box office, now eyeing an increased $1.2 to $1.5 billion finish. It cost $250 million to produce. Now, if it gets to 1.5, now we're getting into some profit, and we'll get into the numbers here. Looks like $25.5 million Friday for the Odyssey and an $85 million weekend. The second weekend of the Odyssey will be bigger than Oppenheimer film, first weekend. Going to sail past $1 billion and go for an all-time global R-rated record of $1.35 billion for Christopher Nolan and Universal Picks. Okay, let's say that happens. And then, of course, you have this chart here by BOF, which is projecting a $1.4 billion. Now, just before I get into the numbers, I will say I don't see the projection holding at just 30% a week in perpetuity. Even if it does, it's still going to, if it makes a profit, it'll be a miracle. We also have Spider-Man coming out, so that will have an impact on it for sure. Of course it will. If you go to the theater with your family and you have a decision to make, many people will decide to go to Spider-Man. So I do think I think it's fair for me to say that there's going to be a certain degree of drop-off, particularly on normal standard screens. Yes, the IMAX will continue to go, but that's only so much. And like I said, the 70mm, it's like 30 or like 30-something theaters. So it's not going to be enough. But here's the breakdown, and there's a little minor detail that everybody's missed. Okay, so here's the bottom line: the theaters, when you factor in the fact that the international audience theaters take more than the domestic audiences, but as it goes further, the domestic, by the time we get to the end of say 3 weeks, it's going to take half domestically. But places like China and other places in Asia and stuff, they take 80%, guys. So the breakdown of the 50% mark is a little misleading because it is doing so well globally. But let's leave it at 50% anyway, just because that's the sort of going, standard, that the theaters take 50% of the gross box office. We'll call that 0.5 of gross, right? But then you got to minus the 0.2 of gross, which is what Nolan and his wife are getting. He's getting 15%, she's getting 5%. That is of the gross, guys, not the net. So that means that Universal's only taking 0.3 or 3 out of 10 dollars that come in. So to recover $400 million, which is the budget plus marketing. Now they're saying $375, but even then, you're going to see what this has to make any money. It's still not going to matter. And it's not going to be $375 by the end. These movies always, over the months, start to reveal there was more expenditures. And the idea that they spend $125 on marketing, when you saw how incredibly crazy this was marketed globally. I mean, they toured the world. This was the idea that this was a lesser than every other major blockbuster movie budget. So I'm going with 150, but I don't even think it matters. That 25 million isn't going to make that big of a difference, but it's just a simple math equation. So with a $400 million expense budget, it means. So with a $400 million expense budget, it means that after Nolan's cut, this thing has to make $1,333 million. So it has to make $1.33 billion. But actually, it's more than that. And no one's factoring this in. So right now, they are saying that the IMAX tickets are about 20% of the overall tickets being sold right now. And as we go forward, it looks like, being that they're sold out for longer, they're going to be really what drives the film into the next few months. They're going to be the only driver. Like I said, Spider-Man's going to come out, other movies in standard screens. But the thing that nobody's talking about is that IMAX takes at least 10% of those sales as well. So it's not 50%. It's not even 30%. You got to take another 10% off. So they're only going to bring in 20% of the IMAX money by the time they pay Nolan, pay IMAX, and the theaters take half. So right now they're saying that 20% of the ticket sales today have gone to IMAX. Now, by the way, IMAX could take up to 15%. They haven't revealed those numbers. If it's 15%, it's going to be more than this. If it was to make $1.333 billion, 20% of that, and then factoring in the 10% coming off of that. So 20% of that is $266.6 million. So IMAX is going to take $26.6 million of that, which means the ultimate overall number for break even for this movie is $1,359 million. So $1.36 billion. So even if you go with the most generous projections, which is the 1.4, okay, 1.4 billion, and this thing is expense-wise 1.36 billion. That would mean it's only making $40 million. So it would end up grossing, profitability-wise, $40 million. That's it. So you spent 3 years making it, you spent all this time, all this energy, and this was with the most generous. Most of these other guys, these other projections from Variety and other places are saying, it's going to max out at maybe just over $1 billion or, 1.2 to 1.5. So like 1.5 is extremely generous. Extremely generous. Let's say it did do that. That means it would make $140 million. And you spent all that time, all that energy. Now, that doesn't mean it's a flop, but I don't think it's going to get to $1.5 billion. That's a pipe dream. I think you're looking at probably closer to $1 billion, maybe 1.1 billion, somewhere in that neighborhood. And because the hype is going to wane as other movies come out. That's just a reality. So these 1.5 billion, 1.4 billion is being extremely optimistic. I think more realistic is somewhere between the 1 billion and maybe 1.25 billion, which means it's going to lose money. It's going to lose over $100 million, which is what I said. So this movie financially is going to flop unless something just unheard of occurs. Because these 1.5s and 1.4s are way too optimistic as far as I'm concerned. Again, as time goes on, things will wane. You know, if it made 90 this weekend and it's going to drop, maybe it'll make 50, 60 the next weekend. But again, Spider-Man's coming out, then maybe it'll make 25 to 30. It is going to start to wane. That is just the reality of the situation. By the time you get to September, it's going to be making, 5 to 10 million per weekend. So there's no way in my mind you get to the 1.4, 1.5. Listen, if it does get to 1.5 and it makes $140 million, I will 1000% make a video and call myself an idiot. 100%. I will own up to it, no problem. I have no problem doing that. But realistically, guys, that's not going to happen. Let's be honest. This is going to be in that, like I said, 1 to 1.25 at the absolute maximum, which means it's going to lose $130, $140 million. Somewhere along those lines. Now, that doesn't mean it isn't popular. It doesn't mean it won't be looked back on as popular. I have my criticisms of this movie. I've reviewed it. I think it's very problematic. But that has nothing to do with the fact that other people are finding it popular. Although there are a lot of people that have seen it and regret seeing it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Like I said, I will happily eat crow if it does do these insane predictions, 1.4s and 5s. But it's not going to, guys. It's going to lose money. It's going to lose like $150 million for sure. And even that is being really optimistic. Let me know in the comment section what you think. If you like this content, please like, subscribe. It always helps the channel. Feel free to check anything else on my channel. Have yourselves a very good day.
I was right all along. The Odyssey is going to clear $1 billion, just like I predicted for almost a year. But there's one guy in particular that I've been watching recently.
The career's more at stake when you in your prime.
Recently, that I actually like this guy, but he has decided to go after Critical Drinker and Gary and Chris Gore in a very disingenuous way. And he is trying to take a victory lap over what's happening with the Odyssey by attacking Drinker, Gary, Chris Gore, FNT, and all of that. There's one person that he won't mention when he claims that everybody on FNT said that this movie was going to be a disaster. There's one person he doesn't talk about. And you have to ask yourself, if you're so focused on what FNT had to say about the Odyssey, if you're so focused on what Chris Gore and the Drinker and Gary and everybody in the sphere had to say about the Odyssey, why don't you bring me up, Eric Weber? This guy right here, Eric Weber. Grifters move the goalpost again on the Odyssey. Really, Eric? Now, you've been wanting some attention from people like me. So let's see if you actually respond to everything that I say in me giving you the attention that you've so desperately been asking for, Eric Weber. You really want Gary's attention. You really want Drinker's attention. You really want people to acknowledge you. I'm about to fucking acknowledge you. So let's listen to what this guy has to say about Critical Drinker and Gary.
From the City of Angels, Saturday morning, I have to do this again live. I was going to go to the gym. I'm still going to go, but I need to
go to the gym, guys.
Obviously, listening is
out there before I head out the door.
He wants you to know he's going to the gym, by the way. He's cool. He needs you to know he's going to the gym. Guys, I might be sitting here talking about fucking nerd movies, but I'm going to the gym because I'm cool, okay? So I know I'm talking about nerd shit on the internet, but I'm actually a fucking alpha male, okay?
Are here today because I can't believe where the grifters have shoved the goalposts on the Odyssey at this point. We talked about it last night on that stream, how they will not just admit defeat, right? It's really simple, man. If you take the L, you just own it. Just move on, right? Why do you keep doubling down? Because their audience has been told, Pavlov dog style, that this was going to bomb. This is going to be a disaster. This is not going to be making $1 billion.
Remember, he said this, that all of us were telling the entire audience that this was going to bomb and be a disaster. Gary responded to him earlier on Twitter. He is very excited that Gary acknowledged his existence, by the way. Man, Eric, if you love Gary so much, man, I can hook up a Make-A-Wish for you, man. I can get you on a phone call with Gary, man. If you love him that much, I can hook this shit up, okay? I can.
You ready for a tweet that I sent out last night? By the way, if you're watching on X, I beg you to come into the comments right now, and I will clown you live because the ace deals in facts. The ace
deals in facts. Okay, this guy claims he deals in facts. This guy claims that he gives everybody the truth. Okay?
Is the objective king of the film space. There is no one who does it like me, and no one who's as fearless as me. Okay? Do not forget that. I welcome you. Because you watch people who tell you what you want to hear instead of actually being a critical thinker, not critical drinker. Right? That's who I am. I am the undisputed heavyweight champ of this shit, and I know exactly what I'm talking about, and I can differentiate between box office and the film. As I said so many times, there's been films I trash, and they turn around and do really well at the box office, and I have to own that. These people won't do that. Heavyweight champ of this shit, and I am the undisputed heavyweight champ of this shit, and
What'd I tell you, wrestling?
I know exactly what I'm talking about, and I can differentiate between box office and the film. As I said so many times, there's been films I trash, and they turn around and do really well at the box office, and I have to own that. These people won't do that. No, we're going to do some crazy shit. Right. You guys ready for this? So last night, I found this via, I believe Richard Roper sent it out, and I go, I'm just going to use this. I took his picture from Reddit. First of all, I am familiar with Reddit. I don't spend a lot of time there.
This is a post from Critical Drinkers Reddit, and people are now spreading this around as it was from the Critical Drinker, including Richard Roper, and it's going pretty viral on Twitter right now, where people are claiming this is Drinker that said it, okay? A little later on, Gary responds to this guy, and you could tell, like, how excited he is that Gary acknowledged him.
% drop in box office in 5 days. It's crashing and burning. Now, granted, this could be a troll. I pray it is. But guess what they're doing? You guys ready? Here it is. Here, Nerdrotic came in, because Nerdrotic follows me. Just in case you didn't notice, that isn't Drinker, Eric. No shit. 908 likes, because this is what I'm talking about. Here comes all of the minions that do the work of the Nerdrotics and the Critical Drinkers and the true drug Chris Gore. We will fight for you, almighty one. Guess what? I'm the one-man fucking army. I don't need an army full of simps to help me.
Bro, this guy's so fucking excited Gary responded to him.
I will take you on by myself. Okay? Don't worry. I have no problem with that. Oh, we're up to 911. It continues to grow. And look at my reply. I'm 100 aware it's an anon simp of Critical Drinker. Thank you. Only
my man is coping in real time that he's being ratioed by Gary.
3. I get 3 likes for that. I get 3 likes. This other guy, because you know why? Because that is the community that is the anti-woke. Look at me. Let's talk about Gore for a second, because this is fun. Gore was a no one, nothing happening channel. Film Threat, nobody watched. He would put a video out and there was nothing. I'm not saying, dude, we're not saying that we are Grace Randolph, okay? That thing's never going to happen. But I got news for you. My channel has more views than the old Film Threat. You know what Film Threat did? He finally realized that in order to grow, you have to be polarizing to one side or the other. You've got to jump on, in his case, the anti-woke. He made a video with Film Courage taking on Disney Star.
So at this point, I have to bring this one up where he brings Friday Night Tights up. Right here, okay?
Lean left. Now that sounds like you're right. Maybe you're right. Now I think you're left. You're fake. Do you understand that? These people, but look, their audience wants, like Pavlov's dogs. Hey, everybody, this film's going to bomb because of this. And the audience like, oh my God, you're right. You're so great. In fact, I'm going to go live right now. Let's look, before I get into the details, let's go look at Friday Night Tights that's going on live right now. A lot more viewers than we have. But look, they need, let's count together, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people to do the work of one ace. My show is more entertaining than these 10 people combined. And I know that Gary is familiar with my work, but I am going to drag you right now, Nerdrotic, because you said this film was dead. And then, if I'm not mistaken, you didn't take me up on my bet, which was, is this going to bomb? You didn't reply. And you know why? Because you knew, and I believe you later tweeted, that, hey, you know what? It probably will do well because Avatar did well. People like dumb shit. Bro, this is, come on. Look, here's the deal. You need to just be more honest. Just say, I want to see this film fail because of the casting, but it's probably not, and I'm playing a role, and this is what I have to do, right? That's the thing. These people have to inhabit this personality that they always need to make sure the audience gets what they want. When I do a stream here at MMT at 2:30 on a Friday, I am firing this up and I'm shooting. I do not have a plan for how I want this to go. Yes, I know the message. The message is this film is going to be 115 million plus domestic, plus the overseas cash, which is very impressive. More on all the details.
I'm just letting this guy build his case because he has built the case that all of us have been 100% saying this movie is going to be a disaster and it's going to fail and all of that. He has consistently said this over and over, and he himself has claimed that he's the only one that claimed it was going to be a massive success. That's what this guy says.
Just quickly, we'll just play a little bit of me saying this film is not going to bomb from the post date on this was 2 weeks ago. So obviously plenty enough time to prove that I was in front of this way before it was the cool thing to do. This is my video called The Odyssey is Not Gonna Bomb. We'll watch just a moment. Let's go ahead and pod this guy up. I love the background. I don't know who did his background, but I want some love for this guy's background. Let's listen to what he has to say. This is The Odyssey is Not Gonna Bomb from a guy that calls himself MMT with Eric Weber, to go on record right now and state that The Odyssey is not bombing. It's not happening. You talk about all this sentiment that the casting decisions here by Nolan, they're going to wreck this film and no one's going to go out and see it. Guys, what are we talking about? Yes, I understand how some of you are not thrilled with the decisions. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to argue that they're maybe not the ones I would. Guys, the video. Hello, the video right here. The Odyssey's not bombing. Don't doubt Nolan. Go look for it. It's on MMT's page. I posted it right around July 4th, and I was the only one. Everyone came in. You're going to be wrong. You're going to be wrong. Where are you? Come back and comment. You're not going to come back, are you? Because you're a coward. Don't be a coward. Come back and say I was wrong. I would do that.
And yet he never brings me up.
In a minute, but I just want to make sure all this is understood, that when it comes to objective film discussion and being fearless and talented, the best evaluations in the business, you are watching MMT, not these 10 people that cannot hold a candle to what I do here at MMT.
I can't hold a candle to you, buddy. Let's go ahead and fact check that right now. Why don't we? Let's look at this montage right here of me starting 7 months ago on panels with the people that you claim are so much in a bubble and lied to their audience. Why have you never pulled this clip up, Eric Weber? Why have you never pulled this fucking clip up and played it on your stream when you claim you're the first and only person to say that this movie was going to be a success? Why have you never done this? Because it blows up your lies about the entire sphere that I am in. And yes, I have been the only one saying exactly what I said. And I have been very critical of everybody else, saying you guys are barking up the fucking wrong tree. And I am right, and I've been right the whole time. But Eric Weber doesn't want to bring this.
Hold on. Just give me 1 second.
What's up, geeks and gamers? It's Jeremy coming to you with another video, and today we're talking about Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, set to release in a few weeks, and this will be the end of his career. He will never work in Hollywood again. Christopher Nolan will deliver the biggest flop of his career, and he's always been overrated. He's never made a good movie, and this will confirm everything right here and now. Sarcasm aside, obviously, there's a lot of conversation surrounding The Odyssey, and rightfully so. This is Christopher Nolan. This is him coming off of Oppenheimer, a massively successful movie. And now he is taking on one of the most famous stories in history, The Odyssey. And the casting decisions in this movie have been questionable, to say the least. And that's being very kind. Here we have a shot of Lupita Nyong'o, who plays multiple up. And I hope that now that he's gotten my attention, maybe Eric Weber will play this on his stream. I would love to get his reaction to this clip. I mean, I'm pretty sure this movie's going to make $1 billion. I think this is going to be a massive movie. I think
really, though?
Absolutely, dude. Oppenheimer, a 3-hour biopic, made $950 million. Now, will it be good? That's a whole different story. It's going to be a massive success. It will. I think it's going to be a highly, highly divisive movie in a lot of ways. Right about that again. 7 months ago. Massive success.
So in this video,
highly divisive, but I also think it will be a huge success. I get the concerns, and I share some of those concerns. I still think it's going to be a massive fucking hit. I think this movie's guaranteed to do 400 to 500. Hey, Blue Lantern, guess what, you stupid fuck? I'm the owner of Geeks and Gamers. Saying I'm the only one involved with Geeks and Gamers that wasn't hating on this movie. I'm the fucking owner. That means I can allow everybody else to have their own opinions. I don't force everybody to have my opinion. I will go against every motherfucker on my team and in this sphere if I fucking have to. I'll go against Drinker. I'll go against Gary. I'll go against Ryan. And guess what? They're going to go against me in the future on shit. Welcome to what it's called to be friends. You stupid fuck. $1 million just on Nolan fans. You know, Gary says Nolan's the biggest star in Hollywood right now. Like, he's the biggest name. Like, does anybody else turn the needle like him?
When a Christopher Nolan movie comes out, people pay attention.
Like, he's the biggest draw. Tom Cruise is the only guy you could say, but I mean, I think at this point in time, unless Tom Cruise is attached to a major franchise, it doesn't turn the needle. Christopher Nolan is the franchise.
The thing that sent me down this road was when you said it's going to be mega successful.
Hey, guess what? It's going to be mega successful. In fact, it's already mega successful. Yeah.
And like I don't think that $750, $800 million is mega successful for this movie in this context.
But it's nowhere near a flop. No, not even close.
I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah. I understand that it is universally just on this side of the internet that everybody's like, oh, the Odyssey is going to be this, that, and the other. And I'm like, well, I'm pretty excited about it. And I think you guys are fucking retarded to think that nobody's excited about this shit. I think it looks bad when, like, this thing's going to be a pretty big success. I don't know how big. Eric Weber, are you paying attention to the words that I have been saying for over 7 months? Eric Weber, you claim that everybody in this sphere was claiming this movie was a disaster. Yet you have ignored everything I have been saying. Why? I have been saying this because I knew it was going to be true. Period. I have been roasted by the chat. I have been roasted by everybody. And I am right. I was the only one that was right. What I'm going to do is... It's going to be. I have no idea. But I think it looks bad when, like, you know, everybody is like in agreement that, like, oh yeah, this is going to be a disaster and a dumpster fire. I don't think it's going to be a dumpster fire. I think it's going to be a great movie with some questionable casting decisions. I'm still sticking at $800 million personally, but we'll see. I think it's going to be a good movie with some very, very distracting casting that should be criticized like crazy. I still wrong. I'm wrong. You really? Do you really want to do that? Gary put out a poll on Twitter. Will the Odyssey flop? 73% out of 21,000 people said the Odyssey would flop. Huh. Well, guess what? Historic weekend ahead for Christopher Nolan, thanks to insanely positive word of mouth. Rated R epic The Odyssey exploded to the biggest second Friday in Nolan's career. In phenomenon territory now. Christopher Nolan is getting ready for a mythological holds across the globe this weekend. So literally in every fucking market, this movie is overperforming all over the fucking world. You're in a bubble if you don't see what's going on right now. The same audiences that rejected Snow White, the same audiences that rejected the Marvels, the same audiences that rejected Disney Star Wars, the same audiences that just made Supergirl flop this is about to have a better hold than Top Gun Maverick. Get out of your bubble. That's the truth. Back to me being right. I still do think that the movie has a chance to be very good because it's Christopher Nolan, but there's a chance that this could be a step back for him as well. Time will tell, but I do think it's going to do pretty good at the box office. It's not going to fail. I just don't see there's almost no scenario where this movie fails, in my opinion. I have been saying consistently, even with all the controversy, even with all the hate, even with all the negativity, that I believe that the Odyssey will end up being a good movie, and I do believe it will be successful.
It's going to be a massive success.
You know, there's still people out there though, that think this movie's completely going to flop.
I know, they're retarded.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So yes, the movie's going to make a lot of money. Is it going to make $1 billion? I don't know.
I'm thinking
I really
more around
don't
the
know.
800 million.
800 has been the number that I've been putting it at.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's going to make $1 billion. It would be better for me from a business standpoint to say, Christopher Nolan's going woke and he's ruining everything and all. Like, so I just have to be honest. I'm looking forward to it. My whole thing is I've complained about Helen of Troy and Trans Weirdo being in this movie. My first video on it, I said the Odyssey deserves to fail, but it won't because it's Nolan. And that is something that a lot of the Matt Walshes and the end wokenesses and the right-wing commentators that suddenly love to talk about pop culture, they're pretending that Nolan is just this left-wing wacko. And I think that's the wrong tree to bark up. Because if this movie does $1.2 billion, all of this shit about its woke DEI slop is going to make everybody talking about it in that sense look really bad. And guess what? I got bad news for you guys, but I'm up to my prediction now. 1.5 billion minimum for this movie now. 1.5 billion minimum. 100 million is my number, but I think it's probably going to do over $1 billion. I don't like when everybody just agrees on every fucking thing, dude. It's boring as fuck. It's seriously boring as fuck. I am the one person in this sphere that has said, I think the Odyssey is going to be really good. 1.5 is not going to happen. Now, a lot of people have said they... Have you guys not learned to just understand that I'm right? You keep... Like, at this point, I think you guys are trolling when you just keep saying, it's not going to do this. It's not going to do that. Bro, you guys are in such a fucking bubble, think it'll do well financially. I'm the only one that keeps saying, I think the movie's going to be really fucking good. I'm the only one that's had the balls to say that. And I stand by it. If I'm wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong. But I'm pretty fucking confident I'm going to be right. A lot of people are missing the obvious. Fuck, I forgot about that picture. I forgot about this picture. That Christopher Nolan has not made a film that has performed terribly in his entire career. I tried to warn you. You all laughed. By the way, Eric Weber. So Eric Weber loves to take selfies of himself, okay? He's really focused on selfies of himself, okay? So when he saw the Odyssey, before I saw it, before it had a wide release, I responded to his tweet and I said, I was told by right-wing internet experts that this movie would be a woke DEI flop. I tried to warn them, they didn't listen. Guess who didn't acknowledge this? Eric Weber didn't acknowledge this again because he keeps trying to say that FNT in this whole sphere, none of us disagreed. None of us. We were all repeating the same talking point, and Eric Weber never brings me up because he knows when he does bring me up, it will destroy his lies about FNT. You all said I was just a Nolan fanboy. I said this movie is going to be a massive fucking success. Normies are going to eat it up, and we all called it woke DEI slop. So the next time woke DEI slop is mentioned, nobody's going to fucking take you seriously because the movie of the fucking year, everybody labeled it as woke DEI slop. And I said it, you're barking up the wrong fucking tree. And everybody looked at me and said, you're wrong, you're insane, you're stupid. And I'm like, okay, prepare to be looking very stupid in a few days. Criticize the casting because it should be criticized, but have a little perspective when you're talking about it. Or you can just be in your bubble or in your echo chamber and just bitch about things because it worked with Snow White and it worked with Captain Marvel and it worked with Kathleen Kennedy and it worked with Rian Johnson and J.J. Abrams in the Disney live action remakes. You were all put in a fucking bot lobby in Fortnite and they made you think that you were good. And then they put you in a fucking lobby with legit people and now you're about to get fucking wrecked. Jor-El Cobra, trying to warn everybody. Everybody gets mad. Try to tell the Kryptonian Council, guys, you're walking into a fucking buzzsaw. No, this is going to be a flop. This is going to be a disaster. This is gonna ruin Nolan's career. Like, do you understand what the fuck's about to happen?
No, they don't.
No credibility. Nope. After this. The next Disney movie that has dislikes, who the fuck's gonna listen to that after the fucking Odyssey does $1 billion and everybody loves it? Who
Hey,
fucking
Eric,
cares? Are you gonna respond to this? Are all of these haters that are going after F&T and the drinker, are all of these motherfuckers going to play this clip to show that this corner of the internet, I'm friends with Chris Gore, I'm friends with the drinker, I'm friends with Gary, I can call him up right now and have a conversation with him, but you guys are saying that all of us have this echo chamber, and I have been sitting here completely going against the narrative, and none of these motherfuckers want to acknowledge anything I've said because they are trying to build lies about Drinker and Gary and Chris and everybody else. That's what they're trying to do. That's the goal. So I will take the fucking arrows. Let all these motherfuckers be mad at me. That's fine. It's important to show that this entire corner of the internet is about free thinkers. I have no problem with Gary's opinion on this movie. I have no problem with Drinker's opinion. I have no problem with Chris Gore's. I have no problem with anybody's opinion that doesn't like this movie. Because that's what this entire sphere is for, is people to have their own opinions and not be bullied into thinking what the masses want you to think or whatever. That's what this has always been about, is free thinkers. And I don't care how much heat I get. I was right about what this movie was going to do in terms of the success. Individual opinions are subjective. Whatever people want to think, that's fine. But I kept saying it's a bad idea to go against this movie because this movie is going to be huge. And all it's going to do is give people a reason to doubt things in the future, because this movie will be huge. And it's even bigger than I thought now. The movie is bigger than I thought it could be. Really want Gary's attention. You really want Drinker's attention. You really want people to acknowledge you. I'm about to fucking acknowledge you. So let's listen to what this guy has to say about Critical Drinker and Gary.
From the City of Angels, Saturday. Live from the City of Angels, Saturday morning. I have to do this again live. Saturday morning, I have to do this again live. I was going to go to the gym. I'm still going to go, but I
And it's even bigger than I thought now. The movie is bigger than I thought it could be. It's an absolute monumental success beyond even what I thought was possible. In fact, this just dropped. The Odyssey is set to cap off its international run with over $700 million, even without including the markets of Japan, China, and South Korea. Fucking crazy. Whether it's Rachel Zegler or Brie Larson or Ryan Johnson or J.J. Abrams or Kathleen Kennedy, and we dunked on them. And then everybody just got the confidence that, oh, we can handle any lobby. And now you're being thrown into a real lobby against Nolan, and everybody thinks that this movie. So anyway, Eric Weber, are you going to pull up my clip, or are you going to keep painting lies about Drinker and Gary?
Care if we have 1/100th the audience, 1/1000th. I promise you this, I will destroy this channel in a one-on-one situation. These people are boring, dull. Gary's the best of the group. The rest of this group, are you kidding me? I got my boy Desperado, or whatever his name is, in the corner.
Okay, that was funny. Desperado.
Talks about beta shit. The guy looks like he doesn't have any testosterone in his body, and you're gonna talk that shit? The ace is ripped, bro. I have receipts. That's the difference between me and you. You are an act. You are a fraud. I'm the real fucking deal. And that
I'm the real fucking deal. I take gym photos, bro. All of these goofy fucking selfies, okay? Look at this motherfucker. Look at this son of a bitch right here. Hey, dude, look at me. Look at me in my Lakers jersey, bro. Hey, woo, hoo, hoo, hoo. Hey, guys, I go to the gym. I'm not a nerd. I talk about nerd shit on the internet, but I'm not a nerd.
That's the reality, is that I'm going to keep pushing that and hammering that until the world understands that the ace is here and he's playing for keeps. And we're
play for keeps, ace. React to me for the past 7 months, predicting literally to a T what was going to happen with this movie. Play it, motherfucker. I dare you. And then let's see if you can continue with the narrative that all of us were saying one thing and you were the only one predicting different. I dare you. And then play the clips where you said you were the only one that was claiming this.
Only ascending higher and higher here on MMT. Let's get back to the story. Then we'll go back and check in live with those guys. Like I said, hey, they've got a lot more people watching. But again, who cares? In life.
You care. You care. It's hey, they got a lot more people watching, but who cares? Right? Who cares?
Star Wars and their handling of that franchise. And I'm not going to argue that they fucked some things up. But once he realized that took off, I've got to lean into this persona. So now Chris Gore is playing an act, and they all are in on it. The entire grift of that space. Nerdrotic, if you're watching today, come in, Gary. I will entertain you anytime you want.
Hey, Gary, if you're watching, come on in my stream. I mean, you don't matter, Gary, but if you're watching, I can send you a link. It's not a big deal. We can just hang out.
Nerdrotic, if you're watching today, come in, Gary. I will entertain you anytime you want to jump in here, because you know I'm right. That's the thing is, you know that what you're doing when you say, that's not critical drinker, that is obfuscating, that is bullshitting. 100%, you are twisting the thing around. You know that I know that wasn't critical drinker, but that's the way, instead of owning the fact that this film is on a bullet train to 1 billion plus, it will be profitable, and I have a whole video how I called this July 4th. I put out the video. I could have put it out way before that.
July 4th. You said it on July 4th there, Eric Weber?
This film's not going to bomb. Go look. I have receipts. That's different between me and all these other people. I don't just all of a sudden decide.
Oh, you have receipts?
How I called this July 4th. I put out the video. I could have put it out way before that, saying this film's not going to bomb. Go look. I have receipts. That's different between me and all these other people. I don't just all of a sudden decide and vacillate last second like, well, here's...
Oh, really? July 4th. Well, here's me on November 23rd of 2025 there, buddy, on the Critical Drinkers show in front of the Critical Drinkers audience saying... what you said you claimed on July 4th. Elliot Page, what? I mean, I'm pretty sure this movie's going to make $1 billion. I think this is going to be a massive movie. I think
really, though?
Absolutely. Dude, Oppenheimer, a 3-hour biopic, made $950 million. Now, will it be good? That's a whole different story. It's going to be a massive success. It will. I think it's going to be a highly, highly divisive movie in a lot of ways. But I also think it will be a huge success. But hey, he keeps his receipts, guys.
The thing, it doesn't look like it's going well, so therefore it's going to bomb. I stick to what my initial prognostication is, and I have a very deep understanding of how films work, especially when I see them. I know. Go back.
Bro, I've been getting absolutely annihilated by the audience, which is part of the gig. You can either say what people want you to say, or you can tell them what they need to hear. And if you tell them what they need to hear, you're going to get backlash. You just are. Right now, the movie is tracking for well over $1 billion. Its holds are some of the best holds we have ever seen for a film of this magnitude, and people are still in denial about it. It's the craziest fucking cope I've ever seen in my life. Now people are shifting it to going, oh, well, it's because the IMAX tickets are so expensive. Motherfucker, they were expensive before the movie came out when you all said it was going to underperform. I mean,
that's what Alan Eng of Film Threat said. He said because the IMAX, he tried to blame it on the IMAX tickets, the price of the IMAX tickets. He said that IMAX tickets are 2 to 3 times more expensive than a normal ticket. And during my last stream, I calculated that typically 2D tickets are $18.99. And IMAX tickets are typically $27.99. If you subtract $18.99 from $27.99, or if you want to round it up, $19 from $28, I'll do it again. You're looking at a $10 difference. Well, I should have been able to have done that in my head. Half of $28 is exactly 14. Like if you take $27.99 and divide it by twice, you get like $13.99 to $14. You're looking at maybe 1.5 times that much. Let me calculate. 1 times. So an IMAX ticket is roughly 1.5 times a normal ticket. Now, let me go ahead and go into AMC. And I'm just going to look up AMC. I'm getting very tired. Getting very tired. I want the extra points. Uh, well, so listen out to pick his face. So you're looking at $28.99. Now, if you want to include the fee, you're looking at $31.98. Like I said, multiply $18.99. But yeah, let's compare it with the 2D ticket. Let's go ahead and compare it with the 2D ticket. Where's my 2D? I'm gonna go 940. Take off the $2.99. That poster got a good seat. I would like to sit right here. No, that's too far. $20.99 compared to $28.99, so it's an $8 difference. Now $31.98 because you got to think of a regular schmo, 2 cents from $32. $23.68. Oh, I'm sorry, $2.69. So $23.68. $23.68 minus $30.98. You're looking at a $7.30 difference. Once you calculate the convenience fee. $23.68. 23.68, 30.98, 23.68, 31.90. My bad, 31.98. So you add $1 to that, it's gonna be $8.30. So 31.98 minus 23.68, $8.30. That's not half. That's not even near half. I'm sorry, twice. 20, just the ticket alone is $28.99 for IMAX ticket. You make your IMAX 70 millimeter at AMC versus $20.99 on a regular 2D ticket. You're looking at an $8 difference. That's nowhere near twice the amount, let alone 3 times. So I don't understand why Alan Ames tried to make it seem like, well, to be fair, IMAX tickets are 2 to 3 times more, 2 to 3 times the price of a normal ticket. A normal ticket is a 2D ticket. A normal ticket is a non-premium package ticket. A premium is IMAX, ScreenX, it's Dolby Cinema, Prime, 4DX if you're at Legal Cinema or Cinemark. Yeah, Cinemark. Well, yeah, 4DX, or in some cases, D-Box. You know, there's some Cinemarks that still have that. Basically, going beyond just the visual part. You're talking, 3D, if you know. Avatar, The Way of Water and Avatar: Fire and Ash. Both of those movies had your regular IMAX 2D and then your IMAX 3D. 3D is always going to be $1 more. If you have an IMAX 3D, that's going to be $1 more. So if this was IMAX 3D, the price of the ticket would be $29.99, just like a cent from $30. And to be fair, this IMAX ticket, you might as well just subscribe to A-List. $1 more, $29.99. You get to see the movie 4 times a month. Calculate those 4 weeks in a month, 4 times per week, 4 times 4, 16. If you want to look at my calendar, look at the calendar. how many weeks in a month. I'm getting very tired because I'm so hungry. Start with the first few days. So that's still about 4 weeks because I don't really consider that an entire week. I mean, it's 4.5 to be fair, 4.5 in July because it started when. Look at the month of June, about 4.5 weeks still. Let's look at August. I'd still say about 4.5. On that's 4 weeks and 3 days. 4.5. No month goes to 5 weeks. Since September the 1st is about 4.5. Anyway, because it's only 4 months out of the year that have 30 days. They are April, June, September, and November. Of course, February doesn't count because it has only 28 days, minus the leap year that's every 4 years that makes it 29 days. But you got April, June, September, and November. If you think about September to October, no, I'm sorry, September to October, September to October, October to November, so September and November.
I mean, it's you think that you think this is the only movie that's ever been put in IMAX or some shit? Like the cope and the goalpost moving has been out of this fucking world on this movie. It's very reminiscent of when the left reacted when Trump won and they were just so shocked and they were like, how could Trump win? Because you've been in a bubble. Now we're going, how can a Christopher Nolan movie be successful? Oh my God, I'm so surprised that a Christopher Nolan movie is successful. I'm so surprised. I'm blown away. Good Lord, man.
By the way, if anybody cares, I was never surprised. I mean, I didn't really I didn't try to say how well the movie would do because I don't know, but I was never surprised. I figured, yeah, it's probably gonna. Well, I did think it would be good. I wasn't predicting actual numbers, but I didn't think it would fail. I knew it wasn't gonna fail because Oppenheimer didn't fail. Just what based on whatever little I knew, what little I did know of Christopher Nolan. Oppenheimer last year did not fail because there was a countdown with that movie anyway. None of the Batman films, none of his Batman movies series failed. Not a single one, especially not the last one, especially not the second one. Second one's the best one. Second one's the best one according to some people, according to most people. Try to tell how successful it was. Interstellar, I'm not sure about. Whatever came out. Oh, Inception. I didn't think it would fail because there's not a whole lot of directors that have good movies. It was James Cameron, there's Christopher Nolan. Yeah.
Watch my stream from Obsession. Watch what I say about that film. I said that if I came out of Obsession in Toronto, which I believe that's where it debuted, I would have bid the absolute biggest amount that we had in the bank for that film. 15 million, I would have gone to 20. If I had 25, I would have gone to 25. I said, this is going to be a huge hit. I called it that.
Did you say no one, everybody thought it was going to make money? Did you not see what I put? Gary's poll on Twitter, 73% said it would be a flop. 21,000 votes. You can claim that no one said it was going to flop if you want. It's just not the truth. It's just not. I was right. You don't have to like it.
Huge hit. I called it that.
Did you say no one? Everybody.
5. I said, this is going to be a huge hit. I called it that. If I had 25, I would have gone to 25. I said, this is going to be a huge hit. I called it that.
Did you?
Amount that we had in the bank for that would have bid Obsession in Toronto, which I believe that's where I said that if I came out of Obsession, watch what I say about that film. I said that if I can watch my stream from Obsession, watch what I
blown away. Good Lord, man.
Can watch my stream from Obsession. Watch what I say about that film. I said that if I came out of Obsession in Toronto, which I believe that's where it debuted, I would have bid the absolute biggest amount that we had in the bank for that film. 15 million, I would have gone to 20. If I had 25, I would have gone to 25. I said, this is going to be a huge hit. I called it that.
Did you say no one, everybody thought it was going to make money? Did you not see what I put? It would claim that no one said. I was right. You don't. I'm basically going full.
I'm very.
I'm Ric Flair, baby.
Night. I'm very good at this, and I am also undefeated when it comes to being objective. These other people don't know what to do because when they're losing, they're like, well, I'm going to double down. Don't double down. Do me a favor. Do not double down. Instead, just say, we didn't get it done. We tried. We thought we had another Snow White on our hand. We didn't.
You hear him taking my talking points? These are my talking points that he's taking now.
Didn't get it done. We tried.
Really.
We thought we had another Snow White on our hand. We didn't. We had King Nolan, a guy that you do not bet against, which is the entire point of the video that I made weeks ago now. But
all
that's
of my
what
talking
I do.
points.
Okay, so don't start spinning shit, pushing goalposts, going. This is just you guys. You can't be proud of this behavior. This is the kind of crap that wormy, slimy bitches pull. I am not. I am the man. I am the myth. I am the legend. And do not mess with me when it comes to calling things. I nail them. I said that Michael was going to be a huge hit after all the bad reviews because I saw the film and I said it delivered. I have a track record that is unmatched, unparalleled in this space, and you need to understand that. If you don't know who I am, you better fucking recognize. You better learn right now because the man.
To be fair, dude, I until this recently has happened, I think I find Eric Weber to be very entertaining because he's basically got this gimmick going of. I like it. I like the gimmick. I think it's funny. But when he was blatantly ignoring me while trying to go after FNT, that's when I was like, okay, now you're going to get my attention. I think he's entertaining as hell, dude. I love his shit talking. I absolutely love it.
The myth, the legend is on the mic. And these other people are all pretenders. They're all grifters. I am none of the above. And that's one of the reasons why this channel will always be a niche channel because I'm not going to play to one side or the other. I'm going to play to the truth. And the truth wins every time. It may not get you views. As Chris Gore learned, he's got to lean into some kind of fucking fraudulent act. Not me. This is the real deal right now before I go to the gym and bust out some biceps here on this.
Don't forget, guys, while he's talking about Snow White and Supergirl and Christopher Nolan, he's also going to the gym because he's cool, all right? He's also going to the gym. I really hope he plays the montage of 7 months of me saying everything that he started saying in July. I said it in November. And that is where we are right now. And yeah, the cope is definitely off the charts for people that wanted this movie to fail, thought that this movie was going to fail, or whatever. I don't deny that at all. But that's not the point of what I'm talking about right now. My point is that there's a lot of disingenuous coverage of this fear of the internet. They are actively ignoring me going completely against the grain. You can go in the comment section and look.
That's because you are a fraud. you you're clearly a fraud. Like they all are. They're all the same.
They thought that those casting decisions would wreck it, and their word, snap the finger. We are the Thanos of the space. It will destroy once we snap and say it's done. It didn't happen, did it? You guys have a very cultish audience, and cults eventually collapse, okay? So just know that as we get into these, I can't stop myself because these people are so disingenuous, man. And there's one thing that we have over them all day, every day is authenticity. If you don't like that, it's because you're inauthentic. That's the issue. 3-day global total of 215.3 million. That's the 3-day global of just this weekend. Again, we get back to the overall cum right now is $639.6 million. And it's just a film that is unstoppable at this point. Domestically, we stand at 286.4, international 353.2. Again, just win after win after win for this film. And you talk about, I'm going to bring something in right now that's, certainly a big part of the story here, IMAX. And you look at it here at over, $140 million globally, stateside 78 million, 62 million overseas. That's just in IMAX cash alone. So what is that? Roughly about a fifth of the entire cash coming from IMAX. Actually surprised not higher. It would be higher if there were more IMAX screens. Certainly those IMAX 70 millimeters, as those things are sold out and continue to be completely packed for weeks and weeks and weeks. So that would be a benefit to Universal to have more of those, but they're trying to. But as you guys know, it's not exactly something that every film demands. It's a Nolan feature, and I'm sure we'll see more by the next time he comes around in about 3 years, is my guess. That's what his traditional break time is, about 3 years between films. Let's continue along in this email, and then I'll go to the international numbers, and I'll show you guys where we are on this film. But again, man, it can't be stated enough that I was told in virtually every video I posted saying this film is going to be just fine, it's going to do really well, that just wait, it's going to
got crushed by the entire audience, and that's fine. That's part of the gig. So I'm not complaining about that. I'm making a point that I've been saying this for months, getting hell from the audience. And now because you guys are trying to build a false narrative around this corner of the internet, and I've been doing this since 2017, 2018. I've been through all of it, and I understand how the internet works. And I recognized early on that we can't be completely all on the same page on this. Even if I had my doubts about the Odyssey with the early casting, No one else was taking the opposite side of this. And I'm like, guys, I think this is a big mistake. I think that this movie's going to be huge. And like, this ain't Snow White. This ain't the Marvels. And it just kind of gradually started to get more and more negativity. And we live in a world where Ben Shapiro likes the movie and Nick Fuentes likes the movie.
That's what you want.
We live in a world where Jeremy Johns loves the movie and John Campea loves the movie. We live in a world where Gay Rubin likes the movie, and we live in a world where Grace Randolph likes the movie. That's where we are. The numbers are out of this world right now, and I think that we are running into I'm concerned about the fact that the mainstream media lost relevance because they lost touch with the real world. The real world loves this movie. That doesn't mean you have to, but dismissing the idea that the real world loves this movie is a grave mistake that I don't think helps moving forward. And that is the danger of people being in this fucking bubble. And if I have to piss everybody off to make you see that there's a world outside of this bubble, then that's my fucking job. I've always been honest. I'll always be honest. I don't chase the trends or what's popular. I just say what needs to be said. And that is the truth of what is happening. You can go on Instagram right now. There are viral posts, hundreds of thousands of likes of people redoing scenes from this movie. Because it is a cultural phenomenon. Yes. Like this has 103,000 likes 5 days ago.
Go in the sky.
Double checking to see if I'm still worthy of my wife. Assess. Any suitors be warned. That is fucking awesome. That is awesome. That is fucking awesome. That is awesome. That is a fucking great meme if you've seen the movie, okay? People, this is what the real world is doing with this movie right here. This is what's going on. You don't have to realize it, but I'm here to burst your bubble that it is happening. And people are loving it, and it's breaking box office records like crazy. And I got bad news for you because the cope has now shifted to, well, Spider-Man comes out next weekend. It's going to crush it. First of all, Spider-Man is going to crush everything in its path, but it's not going to slow the Odyssey down. Spider-Man is only going to help more people go see the fucking Odyssey because Spider-Man is going to open to like $600 million worldwide, maybe 700. You've already got people that have bought IMAX tickets for the next month. So more and more people are going to fucking go watch the movie because of Spider-Man. It's not going to hurt the Odyssey. It's going to help it. Keep with the cope if you want, but that is the truth. 1.5 billion is my final prediction now. I have shifted that from the billion to 1.5 billion. We'll see what happens. But Eric Weber, I look forward to you reacting to me. I can't wait. I'm going to be sitting there with popcorn. I can't wait for you to tell your entire audience that you've been lying to them, that you were the first person that predicted all this. I can't wait for you to play a clip starting with me. I'll send you the Google Drive link to it, just so you can watch that and you can react to that in front of your audience that you've been telling them that everybody in the F&T sphere hasn't been saying the very thing that I've been saying. I can't wait to see it.
What did he say it was?
So more and more people are going to fucking go watch the movie because of Spider-Man. It's not going to hurt, but that is the truth. 1.5 billion reacting to me. I can't wait. I'm going to be sitting there with popcorn. I can't wait for you to tell your entire audience that you've been lying to them, that you were the first person that predicted all this. I can't wait for you to play a clip starting with me. I'll send you the Google Drive link to it, just so you can watch that. And you can react to that in front of your audience that you've been telling them that everybody in the F&T sphere hasn't been saying the very thing that I've been saying. I can't wait to see it.
F&T. What is F&T?
Guess what the best-selling book in the Middle East is?
Mein
It's in a
Kampf.
Kanye song.
Oh no!
Let's go!
Oh shit!
Arch, I like how you look like a race car driver.
Hey, that made Ryan
right now.
smile. I just want to point out
That joke made Ryan smile. That's good. Wow.
Oh man.
Okay.
Guess what the best-selling book in the Middle East?
Oh, I see. Friday Night Taste.
Can't believe you're letting Mel get away with this. Sweeping Chrissy, losing respect. You know, you people also said that I was sweeping for Nick Rekieta when I did not.
I will just say I wish her the best. Truly wish her the best in her future endeavors, and appreciate her time here.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Isn't the whole point that your boss started flagging channels for criticism?
I mean, the whole point is people are making crazy accusations. Like, that's the whole point, and they don't care about the truth.
Speed Force says Mel got destroyed last night in Chrissy's stream by the chat. I'm just going to spend 2 hours taking your money and pretending I have no idea what you're talking about. That's what I'm going to do right now. Okay?
These guys are comedians. Friday Night Taste.
Gonna do well opening weekend, then it's gonna crash. What's the pivot? Stop being a liar. Stop being a fraud in life. Just say, I was wrong. It's not hard. Here are the words. I was wrong. Own your shit. It's not hard. Why can you not do this? Like, why are you such a, just a phony? Stop being a phony, man. Stop. Why? How do you look in the mirror and say, I'm an honest person? You're not. Just say you took the L, take the L, move on. This is a huge win. You guys are unbelievable to me. And if you don't like what I say, too bad. It's the truth. Too bad. What do you don't like the truth? The right sure does like the truth all the time, don't they? The right, what I've learned over the last few days, and it's going to get nasty tonight, by the way. What I've learned over the last few days is there are so many elements of the right that are just as bad, if not worse, than the left. I war on both sides. I don't have a side. I don't want to be on either one of these sides. Certainly not after what I just have to deal with the right. Oh, look at this guy. All these personal things. Like, what's wrong with you guys? You guys okay? You guys know you're not, are you? Because the ace dominates you every day. Don't forget that. Every single day I wake up, I dominate you. Yeah, this is box office, but I'll do what I want. It's my fucking stream. $87 million. I mean, this is insane, right? This is more than Oppenheimer made in its opening weekend. Where are you? Where are you at, my grifters? Come on, baby. Come on, roll up. Roll up. Where you at? More than Oppenheimer. You might not like what I have to say, but too bad. It's everything I'm saying is factual. That's the issue. Like, I'm not spinning anything here. I don't spin stuff. I don't have time for that. We have truth. Odyssey overseas 128.3 this weekend. And I'm going to go to the look again. It's all just crazy stuff here when you look at this as we go to the global update from Universal. Odyssey enjoyed an exceptional second weekend, dropping just 10% in holdover markets, so 30% stateside. But what I tell you, hold on, oh my gosh, this is like too much. The ace is just too good. I told you international is going to be insane. Minus 10% in holdover markets. Where are all my frauds at that pretend to know everything but they don't? Like, the man's on the mic. This is all I do. Here it is. Another right in front of you. Guys, it's right in front of you. What do you want to do here? You want to spin out of this. This guy's too much. This guy's too opinionated. This guy deals in facts. That's why we're the gold standard. That's why we go from win to win, and you hate it. Too bad. You know what? In life, sometimes you lose. I don't lose often. You do. And you lost here. Okay? Just own it. It's not hard, man. Just say we were wrong. Just say it. Can you list all together? Give them a second. We're going to give them a couple seconds to say it. My grifting friends, say it with me. I was wrong. I heard it. I heard a couple. That's good. Where it's a start. The weekend totaled an incredible 128.3, as I said, again, just on the international cash. Lower drop than Oppenheimer in the same territories. Oppenheimer was down 20% in its second weekend. This was down 10%. And you all were doubting Nolan. It's just hilarious. Dude, it really is. The Cume International is 353.3, as I said, surpassing the total international box offices of Tenet and Dunkirk. In 2 weekends, it's already made more money overseas in those markets than those two films combined. Now, listen, well, not combined, but individually. You look at Tenet, that was released during COVID. That was released when we were told that if you go outside, everyone you know will die. You were fed that propaganda. You want to talk about the right propaganda? Let's talk about the left propaganda. Let's talk about propaganda, and all needs to be trashed. So, okay, let's just go ahead and do that out of the way, because this is ridiculous that we have to play. I don't play sides. I play truth. That's why we win. And that's the thing, is like, can you imagine having to go through life running everything through a lens? Will my audience like that? You know, my anti-woke crowd, will they like what I have to say? I don't give a shit. Why would I care? Why you guys? Because you know why? Because you have a bunch of simps who watch you. The simps who will like pay you. Like, I know Gary at Nerdrotic, I think he only answers super chats, right? It's like, dude, like, why? Why are you like that? Why can't you just like talk to the audience? Because you want to make money. Because that's what these people are all about. They know that talking about that stuff makes them money. That's all it is. They're compromised. They're compromised by the almighty dollar. Okay, we all are at some level, but not me. You can see clearly on the stream and anything I've ever done on this channel. I say what fact is. It's not about views and likes, clearly. Let's talk about where we are on the markets that did the best, okay? And right now, in the total best international markets, we're talking about the States at 230 some odd million. We'll get back to that in a second, but I want to start with, just stay on the internationals since we're here. 46.3 million in UK and Ireland. That's the number one overseas market. Number 2, France, 31.8, Italy, 28.8, Australia, 20.6, Germany, 20.5, Mexico, 19, Spain, 15, Brazil, 11, India, 14.4. We still don't have China and Japan. Let me see if I can get, okay, here it is. Future, here it is. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much for being right there for me, Universal Email. Korea is the 5th of August. So we still have about 10 days or so on that. China is the 14th of August. So we've got 3 weeks. You look at Japan at September 11th. Oh, that's an interesting date, isn't it? We go a month and a half at least. They're always last. They were super late with Oppenheimer as well. So that's where we stand on the international markets. Let's go back to the States and go through some of this again as I go back to this. And I go and I look through. Let's see if I missed anything. We got you the IMAX total. We got you the 3-day of 87 million. You've got the Cume of 286, not 260, my bad, 286.4. And there it is. That's the snapshot. I mean, everything else really doesn't matter because Spider-Man's on the way next, right? It's all about the Odyssey. Everything else we can talk about quickly when I go over the top 10. But it just needs to be emphasized that the Odyssey is not done when Spider-Man hits. First of all, it still has IMAX screens. Nolan has these things locked up for weeks, if not months, because they're sold out. They're not moving that film out of IMAX. This is not Lion King or Moana in IMAX when there's no one in there. This is still packed houses. So you keep that there. Now, Spider-Man comes in and takes all the other PLFs. Fine, let it have it. And then also, you don't think that the Odyssey can still run on 70 millimeter and the IMAX 70 millimeter and regular screenings? Guys, it's not done. This isn't close to being done, especially overseas. Spider-Man is very clearly, I think it's hard to argue it's going to be $1 billion film. It's not going to be as big as No Way Home, unless it's the best CBM ever made. There's the only shot that it has because CBMs are nowhere near as big as they were. Plus, remember, No Way Home was right after we were told if you go to the movie theater, everyone's going to die. So everyone was like excited to get out of the house. So now you remove that and you have more of a not thrilled audience, right? They're just not as stoked to get out. I'm not saying it's not going to do well. I'm telling you guys, I'm not the guy. I'm telling you it's going to get to $1 billion. It's not going to do No Way Home numbers because we're not in that same space anymore. CBMs have to rebuild. I don't know if it ever will. We saw the Marvel panel yesterday. I have a whole stream, hour and 45 minutes last night. If you missed us, we will talk everything in there that you ever could dream about Marvel and CBMs. But look, synergistically it can play because you look at Barbenheimer, no difference. The only difference is one opened before the other. together. That's actually beneficial, obviously, for the Odyssey because now it had essentially 2 weeks to run free, and it still has until Wednesday. This film's doing crazy numbers during the week, so it'll keep stacking cash, not just, as we know, this is estimate for today, tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So you get all 3 of those days pushed up, and then you get the running into Spider-Man. It's not over, but that's the thing is that the pivot? Is that the pivot that my grifters are going with? Hey, grifters, what are you pivoting to? Are you pivoting to, here comes Spider-Man, this film's dead? The projection from the lowest number that I'm seeing is 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion. Okay, that's a profit. Look, right now we're at profitability. If you go by that 2.5 multiple of that budget of 250, we're at 639. Call it 650, right? That's the break even based on what we use, what everyone essentially uses for coming to profitability margin, right? So here's the reality: if we're already at profitability or close to it right now, everything else is profit. So again, the grifters here, you lost. You took the biggest L because you guys are so compromised. You are not forthright. You run everything through a lens. That makes you not trustworthy. Okay? You can say what you want about the left. You can say whatever you want about all the stuff that they do. And I'm not going to argue that a lot of that stuff is garbage. Okay? Both sides. You're both in a cult. Wake up. Do not listen to people that only spew one side, and this is how it is, and this is the way. Now, granted, I've done that here on the stream when I say a movie like Anora is holy trash. There's no arguing that. Okay, but my point is that when you can tell someone's propagandizing to you, right? You got to feel that. You got to know that, and that's what these people do. I don't do that, and you know that, and the haters hate it because I don't. They go, God, this guy, you don't know what to do, so they turn personal. All these personal things. Weber's this. Weber's that. Look at him. He posts pictures of himself shirtless. Yeah, you know why? Because you can't. That's the reason why I do, because you can't. Because if you do, I'm going to laugh because you look like a giant sponge. How's that feel? Yeah, exactly. That's why. That's why you hate it. That's why you hate it. This is fun. I swear to God, I will keep going on this so hard. These people don't even know, because I will just keep going and there's no stopping me. And that's what they hate. Too bad. The left and the right can hate me. I'll keep going. I'll push harder and further. We're not stopping. Here's your top 10. Let's talk about it. Hey, you're getting a little everything here this morning. You're getting the box office. Stopping. You're getting a regular Sunday night show. This is great. This is how we should do every stream. We did it last night. If you missed it, hour and 45 minutes, Marvel Hall H down at San Diego Comic-Con. I wasn't there. I was just doing it via satellite. Odyssey's number one, 22,000 per location the second weekend. We talk about 20,000 being a good first weekend. 22,000 second weekend. Where are my grifters at? Oh my God, you grifters, you're so sad. You are so fucking sad. You guys are the saddest group of people ever because you paint everything through a propagandized lens, just like the left, only you don't admit it. That's the beauty of it. You guys are so disingenuous, man. I can't imagine looking in the mirror and knowing you're a fraud. You are a fraud, you guys. You on the right side, you are frauds. Everything is about running through whatever your tribal bullshit you want to run it through. You're so lame, man. What a lame mentality. Number 2 is Moana. Oh, man, this is good. I like this. This should be every midnight movie money. No, I'm not stopping. I'm not. Did I say that yet? Moana's number 2. Let's talk about Moana for a second because, look, Moana is going to end up costing Disney like $400 million right now. Hold on, I got the wrong thing up. Let me get top 10 up. Look, here's the reality, is that you're talking about a $250 million film that's made $220 some odd million. So if you go by profitability at 2.5x, you're looking at 400 million minus. That's so awful, guys. Disney, what were you doing? You talk about a dumb decision. Releasing that movie right after the sequel, the live action, the first, it makes no sense. The timing was terrible. There's no reason to make the film in the first place. Then you spent $250 million. What are we doing? Wow, just unreal. Toy Story 5 is now at $1 billion globally. It's another big story here this weekend. We knew it would get there. It finally did. It's over $1 billion. It made another $10 million this weekend. I mean, look. Moana made $10.5 million this weekend, so at least it's doing something stateside because people are like, I got nothing else to do. But Toy Story 5 at $1 billion, and Pixar's still laying people off because they're going to go AI, right? That's what's happening. A lot of these jobs that were able to be AI'd, as it were, they're now there for the taking, and they're just blowing people out. It's a shame, and this town is really hurting. Hades Town, the musical, right? Is it Hadestown or Hadestown? I assume it's Hadestown. It's a musical. It was a big deal, I guess, at Broadway, on Broadway, and now you look at it here at nearly 5,000 per location, a shade under 10 million on the weekend. Bleecker Street, that is a win. That might be one of the biggest openings of all time. You talk about Bleecker Street, good lord. So that's number 4. Number 5, Minions and Monsters, quietly has amassed 155 here stateside, right? It opened slow, but then it just kept going because kids are out of school. There's nothing else to see. It made 9.6 million this weekend. Again, 155 on the domestic cash alone. Invite, let's talk about that. Number 6. Look, this is 19, call it $20 million. And what do we say? Again, why are we the gold standard? Because I called this, and I told you why. A24 dropped the invite exactly where it did. I would prefer to see it a little before, but it got dropped like 2 weeks before. But it is a perfect counterplay to everything that's in theaters right now. I mean, the Odyssey's similar in audience, right? More of an educated kind of crowd. A24 draws that. Certainly an alt crowd, and I think Nolan leans there too. But still, it's a great alternate choice. You know, I want to go see really an awards film in the middle of summer. A24's done that for a long time. Go back to an 8th grade. Did the same thing. Again, you're dealing with the master of knowledge here when it comes to box office and release dates and all that. Just understand that when you hear me talk, I'm not one of these guys who just bloviates a bunch of shit about all of their tribal talking points. No way. I'm talking about realities and business and how these things work. Invite, the reason it's doing well, it's a really brilliant counterplay, and A24, it's a great film too. It's one of the best films of the year. It'll probably be in our top 10 of the year. Really love it, and it's very mature. Okay, it's a mature film. You've been in a relationship, that film will hurt. That film will hit, and that's what I like. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting a comedy, and it's got that, but it also has that emotional gravitas and the weight that you're looking for. Number 7's Evil Dead Burn, only 29 million stateside. It's done better overseas. I think it's close to it. Let me pull it up. Let me get the Disney email. But you're looking at a film that is profitable. I mean, but it's not as big as the last Evil Dead. That's kind of the takeaway here. Last Evil Dead was, I think, 150 or close to it. This isn't close to that. It's going to be like roughly half of the international. Of the total cash when you add it all together. Young Washington's at 44, call it $45 million total at number 8. Motor City, a film that I like. It's very stylistic. I don't love the no dialogue gimmick. I think that runs out. We can talk about that tonight. I'll do an evaluation of that film live. I've got $1,000 per location. That's not good. All right. You're talking about 1,600 screens and 1.6 million. Do the quick math. It's 1,000 per screen. You can just see that, right? It's a 1-to-1. Slide the decimal over. Obsession, another 1.5 million, 261, roughly 450 on the international cash. Just crazy, right? What a film that turned out to be. We called that, by the way, the night we saw it. I told you guys it was going to be huge. I didn't say it was going to make 400. No one thought it was going to make 458 is where it stands right now internationally and domestic total on the global cube. So, but I called it. I said this film's going to be massive, and look what happened. It is huge. Okay. Just a couple quick comments and we're out of here. It's sad how corporations treat their employees, especially with how the economy's hurting. Anything for the bottom line. It is friendly pop, no question. And we talked about that when you talk about the loss of jobs here in Hollywood, it's not a glowing picture. I mean, it's really, really bad, and AI is going to make it that much worse. You're seeing that. What's the next pivot for the anti-woke grifters? I have no idea. They're going to go to Hexed. Is that what it is? They're going to go after an animated film and say this looks terrible. Let's see here. Paul Phoenix, those neurotic folks sure have reality to thank and not their inner cult. They're in the disparate. All these guys, they're the same. And they're all coming after me. Someone made a video, said, oh, someone destroyed you. Someone destroyed you. You can't destroy the truth. You can't destroy a man who deals in authenticity. You know, when you know you're winning, when they come after you. And they're coming after me because they know that I, for once, am the guy who is in the space who can take them on and has so much credibility, more than they have, way more than they have. And that's what pisses them off, right? Because they know that they are in a cult. They know ultimately that they are slanted to one side, and that makes them disingenuous, dishonest, and untrustworthy. And they say that about the left all the time. The right, you're just as bad. In fact, maybe you're even worse. Maybe you're even worse. I mean that. Ice Cold Juice, I appreciate that for the membership. It's awesome. We're just pushing along here. I answer comments, and I don't have to be like, hey everybody, send me a super chat or I'm not going to talk to you. That's how they operate. I get it. They have a lot of comments, but still, every single thing, Tell me I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Every single comment they go with is from a super chat. That means you're paying to get on the channel, which means essentially you're simping. Okay. I'm not, listen, as I say that, I appreciate this, but I'm saying I'm not sitting here saying you have to do that in order to have me comment on your comment. No, that's not how I operate. It makes me different. It makes me better. And at the end of the day, they know that. And I welcome more attacks because trust me when I say this, I am Gerard Butler from 300. I've taken on both sides. I am not scared of either side. And I will continue to wage war. I'll open multiple fronts. This is not even close to being started or finished. We are just getting going here on MMT. I'll see you tonight. It's going to be a fun one. I'm going to go wild tonight live. Might be late, about 9 o'clock here in Los Angeles. I'll see you then. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'm off to play volleyball because I have a life. Yeah. And I might even post another shirtless pics today, buddy. How you dealing with that, grifters? You